Put on your big boy dumb pants and focus your blue eyes. Have a soul revolution while you fry some bomb-ass rice.
Ladies, if any of you have naughty thoughts about Jorrun, before you go to sleep, please like, comment, and surprise. Surprise? Like, I'm not even drunk. Subscribe. Hit the notification bell.
Pull out all your canines, grab your bongos and your bass. Gather all your coupons and make your best go face.
And you're not getting a picture. I don't do TikTok. So this won't be gay. Well, all the ladies are presumed beautiful until proven otherwise.
And you said I wouldn't be a troll.
Once upon a time, you would tell me I was your horse. Once upon a time, you loved me till you couldn't anymore. Once upon a time, massive build-up of frustration.
Can get great live entertainment. Are you Mexican? I am, in fact, Stinkrex. We can talk about anything, but it's sexy.
Fix your high ponytail, put on your genie outfit. Flirt with all the woman. You piece of shit!
Yo, are you guys as excited as I am for JORRULY? Guys, it's July 5th. This is my final day of this ridiculous streaming schedule that I've been doing since it even started before July 1st. I had to get into the swing of things and kicked off with our JORRULY kickoff song. No, I know we started JORRULY on the 1st with a number of streams, but it was really on this day 2 years ago that Jorrun understood the full magnitude of what had gone down. He understood that this video wasn't going to be suppressed, that this information wasn't going to be hidden, and that he was being outed as a creep, a weirdo, a potential pedo. He was confirmed to be abusing members of the community, being creepy towards women, people who were much younger than him. He was demanding things from people, guys, and that has not changed even after being shunned, outed, and he left Jorrun Comedy, killing that character off, leaving it behind forever. 3 weeks later, he was back at Steer Music. He was catfished by 4 women in a span of about 60 days, and the demanding nature, the creepiness, none of that changed. So for all the change he said he was going to make, guys, it did not happen. So let me start this off by putting some respect on people's names. I tried to skip that last week and it did not go over too well. Cat G, welcome. Guys, I'm going to be streaming until at least 5 p.m. on this channel. Then I'm going to be on the Cookout with the Black People Barbecue, and for whatever reason, Clobber is joining that. I guess he's like the designated Uber driver. But we've got Honest here. Cat G, there is a link pinned to the top of the chat. If you are so inclined, please help out Cat G in a time of need. I don't take donations during stream, So if you do want to donate for any reason, please see the link there or in the description. Good in you, Guru. Vexy, Veronica Vex. Poop Frog is here with a lot of gang related noises and gang related noise activity. Pussy Destroyer, who stole my name and my identity. Cyber Squeak, scientist extraordinaire, who proved without a shadow of a doubt that it was in fact Fake Coom. Team of Fake Coom pulled ahead and won the day as with a limited number of. I mean, you know, there could have been a plethora of things that Jorrun used to make that Fake Coom, but she was able to figure it out yesterday. Bravo to you, Cyber Squeak, for your excellent work in proving that you were incorrect. Clobbering time with a bunch of gripes. Cookie Whoopie Pie, the large Father Tron, who is also clobbering time. Clobber's Paper Bag, Vast Ravioli, who I've been catching up on. This spend a lot of time listening to the Vast Ravioli reaction stream of Jorrun Comedy. It's always interesting to hear someone watch Jorrun content for the first time. And normally after they do a deep dive of Jorrun, they say, yeah, I won't be doing that again for a long time. And then like a week later, you're doing it again, because it's hard to believe that something that cringe does exist. Lil Miss STFU, SJ Maple and Scarlet Ebony, La Senorita, Mrs. Catnipa, Callie Slime Bucket Witch Lady, who, Callie, I would love to get some new audio drops from you of my friend Queen of Spade. If you're interested, let me know. The Professor or the Professor's Alt, Cornville Foreskin, Jason S. So guys, thank you for joining me today. And oh, Don De Lita, the official freelance Dom De Lita, the evangelist of the year in spreading awareness of genie fuckers and genie fuckers the world over, as she has shared Jorrun in corners of the internet he never would have dreamed of 2 years ago. Hey, Jorrun, it's July 5th, 2020. 2 years from today, I will be doing a long 8-hour stream where I'm watching your content. We'll be listening to your songs. There will be women all over the place who know your content word for word. What do you think of that, Jorrun? Oh, that sounds great. Let's do it. That's my Jorrun is it changes every time. And Joey Tcap, who has the third worst Jorrun impersonation after the one you just heard, and then Clobbering Times impression. So, guys, I want to get started. Before I move to the AMD, my chat log with Jorrun, where it started off with getting him to do the Kennedy stream and ended with a series of apology calls. I want to start with his director's commentary, a happier Jorrun, a time where he was on top of the world and he thought the thing that we needed most was to hear him react to his own shitty content. And real quick, a quick reminder before we do get started, this Thursday, not only am I doing Jorrun Trivia, where there will be, some lucky person will be the weekly winner, win a cash prize, and then go forward to the championship round 3 weeks later, where 3 weekly winners will face off for a championship belt and another cash prize. But right after that, Evil Little Nuggets and myself are going to be going live with a new show called Shade in the Spade. Spade in the Shade, that's it, where we will be looking at Queen of Spade, the rants, racism, and really bad takes. So if you like lolcows, you won't want to miss that. So without any further ado, let's listen to Jorrun watch his cringe bullshit and laugh, laugh, laugh. Oh, yeah. Looks like Kelpill just rolled up in here. Guys, it's going to be sexy all morning, so I hope you brought a towel.
I wonder if this is working. I wonder. I really do.
That's right. Sway back and forth, ladies, because you know Jordan's about to bring it, and he only brings it one way, extra hard.
I am confused. I am so confused. Is this working? Is this working? Hey, okay. So let's start this stream off with an apology. Because is it really Jorrun Comedy if I don't apologize? Of course not. Hello, my.
He would apologize for a lot of things in his career on YouTube. He would apologize for sending a blurry dick pic to a macaroni and cheese. And then he would later apologize to all women on the internet for everything he has ever done, said, or thought. Jorrun should have changed his last name from comedy to apology.
Beautiful, beautiful people. All right, I thought this was going to be a nice, easy open, but BAWT. I hit Streamlabs and it says not connected. Then I went into YouTube and it said old stream. I'm like, fuck, I have people waiting for me. Am I going to lose them? I don't want to lose you. Anyways, here I am. Let me say hello to my friends. Pencil Severa, Roy, Euro. You guys are awesome. Off the Verge, Danny, my precious Midwestern princess. Mwah. Scarlet, my number one. Ow! Okay, things are looking good, good. T-Cap, my best friend. Yay! Dilally, if I mispronounce it, I'm sorry. Hello, friends. Hello so much for coming. I really appreciate it.
Hello so much for coming.
Here is my situation. I decided.
Crime Watch Baby and J Potato Man have entered the chat. Large Father Tron, you will not accuse me of being the Gilgo Beach murderer anymore without some form of evidence other than the belt buckle I left. Someone left behind. Noxious Butt Spray, what's going on? Thanks for joining us. And the Lorne Identity, because he obviously didn't get enough Jorrun yesterday, and he wants to bask in alpha goodness after living his life in a dingy fog of beta bitch fuckery.
So you guys may or may not know, but I spent the past week doing some professional training in my super secret job that I tell no one about. And it was a full-time thing. I was doing it Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5 Pacific Standard Time. Which for me, of course, is 3 hours earlier. And I'm exhausted. So I only put out one video this week. By the way, I hope you all enjoyed it. I hope you all got into it. Sex Armstrong style, starring the lovely Kelp Pill, was phenomenal. Please watch that after this if you get a chance. Give me a like, a comment, that helps. And I said, I want to kick back. And I've always loved director's commentaries, you know, the DVD features. I'm like, screw it. I'm going to play my earliest series, teaching your children about the Church of God. I'm going to do it with some friends in the audience, and we're going to chill out. We're going to have a good time, you know?
Why does this bitch say everything like Snagglepuss? Heavens to Murgatroyd!
We'll see what happens, as Anthony Blummer would say. And for anyone who's curious about the creative process, I'm here for you. Euro, yes, thumbs up. Thank you, Euro. You're the best. So Jordan got all kind of girls, all kinds, as the Hodge twins would say, all kinds. Okay, let me see. 9 p.m. for me. Euro, thank you for staying up. TCAP says I can only do one video now in the back. I'll tell. Oh, TCAP, guess what, bro? I didn't get to tell you. I officially go back to work on the 17th. 9 more days of freedom, man. So I'm going to try to go ham, as the kids say, put out a lot of content next couple of weeks for this AMI Singing channel. So we're going to see what happens. But yeah, playtime is over. The real world beckons. So, Jace. Hello, Jace. Are you new to my channel?
Jason Morrow has entered the chat. I believe Jason Morrow came there, and Jason Morrow is a confused person. Jason Morrow will sometimes show up to chats in a very angry mood, but other times Jason Morrow shows up looking for help, like they did with one Queen of Spade. Unfortunately, Queen of Spade was unable to help them from getting scammed, but I was. So that actually makes I've helped one victim of scams over my course of being a YouTuber, and she's helped zero. So I am up 1-0. But Jason Morrow wanted to know when this idiot was going to start playing the Lorne call.
We're just going to do a little director's commentary. I'm going to play some of my older videos and pause them to talk over them. It'll be fun. So this is the first one I ever did. It's called, obviously, the series called Teaching Your Children About the Church of God. This one is the imaginary backstory of Sir Clobbering Time. So, a little background here. I was in the Church of God about 4 months, and I decided I wanted to do content. And I got this crazy idea for me explaining real life events as if I'm telling them to a child. So I turned real life events and people into fairy tales, and seems to have gone over well. And the first one I ever did was for Clobbering Time, and he played this as the intro to his show for about a month.
Now, according to Jorrun, this intro was used for a month in full in its entirety. That's how I remember it. Clobber, however, says it was only used about 2 weeks, and then he only played a few minutes of it to start the show. But when has Jorrun lied to us before? That's what I ask.
And I went from 0 subscribers to 50 pretty much overnight. So I'll always be thankful for that. But here we go. Oh, Jay says he's lurked on some of my music videos. So welcome aboard. Here we go.
Hi there, boys and girls.
Can anyone hear it okay?
Today, we will learn about a member of the Church of God, Sir Clobbering Time. His actual name is Clobbering Ting Time, but the ting is silent.
He has since dropped the ting. Moment of silence for the ting. That's enough.
Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, there was a wonderful princess named Betty. Betty was very much beloved by her subjects.
Oh my God, Betty, we love you, Betty!
One day,
Saint Betty of Cambridge. Nothing but love.
an evil ogre known as the Lord Lynn came to terrorize the princess. He scared the princess into giving him all the riches of the kingdom. Oh no!
So obviously we're going into the real life events. And when I decided, of course, that the number one villain would be obviously Lauren Armstrong, I'm like, okay, what is a good fairy tale character that I can put him in there? Obviously, he's ugly and misshapen looking, so that helps. And I'm like, an ogre.
I personally like hearing ugly, misshapen people talk disparagingly about other ugly, misshapen person. That's funny to me. That's low-cal deliciousness.
Ogres are evil and fierce, but at the same time, unless they're really, really huge, which sometimes they are, they can be pretty cowardly. And I'm like, okay, how do I change his name to sound more fairy tale-ish? I'm like, well, Armstrong doesn't help, right? Armstrong is a cool last name. But I'm like, Lorne, his middle name is Lynn. I have to do something with that. And I'm like, the Lorne Lynn. So he became the evil ogre, Lorne Lynn. And here we go.
He did this by showing her his big, ugly, stupid, misshapen face. What could the princess do? She knew she needed a brave hero to protect the kingdom.
Let's not pretend any of us would not be scared if we saw that hideous face. So part of the fun of this series is when I get angry, because I enjoy getting angry, as does...
Well, the Large Father Tron touche. I just received a confession statement that I wrote via Skype sent to me from the Large Father Tron, and it says, "I'm West Most, and I am the Gilgo Beach murderer. And then that wasn't enough to solidify it for me. But then the end part here also, fuck you, Clobber, WM, which that's Westmost. So guys, I guess I am the Gilgo Beach murderer. And another thing I am is Spade in the Shade.
Spade in the Shade, hosted by the most worst and evil little nuggets. Spade in the Shade, Spade in the Shade, rants, raps, and really bad takes. Spade in the Shade, RSN and makes low counts. It's Spade in the Shade.
Now, if that doesn't get you guys hyped up for what's coming this Thursday, then clearly nothing will. And I don't do anything enough for you. Thanks.
My lovely Scarlet Ebony. And so that's pretty cool. Ape says, seriously, nothing about the Church of COD is appropriate for children. To me, that's part of its appeal. But mostly watching Lauren get his. Exactly. Ape, if you are actually sharing these videos with your children, I would consider you an unfit parent. But I love the idea that these are fake public service videos that I do. Spencer says, poor Shrek. Yeah, Shrek deserves none of this. If Lauren were an ogre, living in a swamp would be a step up for him. You know what? A swamp Scarlet, realistically, would probably be a lot more hygienic. It's natural, that's for sure. Probably has less mold. And, yeah, I agree. Let's continue.
So she found one and made him knight.
I love thee, Sir Clobber.
She knew he was very brave.
Sir Clobber the Bold.
Sir Clobber was very loyal to his princess.
You're our precious little princess. We loved you first.
He was very loyal to another princess.
Hey, frigid, precious little frozen princess.
And to yet another princess.
Princess Peach, hey, princess.
So,
Oh, that was fun. That was fun. So obviously, Club is my friend, and I make him sound good here, but it's always fun to make fun of your friends, isn't it?
I know how hard of work it can be to make Clobber look good. TLI learned it yesterday, so at this is one of the things, like, you know, the blind squirrel finding a nut every now and then. Yeah, he does understand how hard it is to make Clobber look good.
And of course, that's what I did. By the way, I miss Princess Peaches so much. Oh, I miss her and that cute little sexy giggle. Where is she gone? If anyone knows Princess Peaches, please tell her I miss her. I really do. She is awesome. Just to let you guys know, it was a beautiful summer day here, but now it's overcast. If you hear the sound of me running, I'm running to close the windows because they've been threatening us with thunderstorms. They even said hail. It's fucking September here in New England. How are we gonna have hail? I digress. Here we go. Back to the story and clobbering time and how he just can't commit to one princess.
oh, the kingdom would be protected from the fearsome ogre. Say, did this kingdom have a king?
The base shaman is the king,
Are you sure about that, Clobber?
the undisputed king.
Okay, base shaman is the king. I have no problem with base shaman being the king.
So what's cool about that line is, so I've been putting off getting this done because for me as a creative person, when I have a good idea, it gets a little too big in my mind sometimes, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be the best idea ever, blah, 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 blah. And then I get overwhelmed because I go into perfectionism and I tend to withdraw.
When has this man ever been anywhere near in the vicinity of or an eyesight of perfection? Because I've seen the videos he puts up. First draft script, first take of the video. That is not perfection.
Bad habit. So many of us have it though. So I wanted to get this done and give it to Club a week earlier, but I was dragging my feet. Well, that very Sunday, after I was originally going to send it to him, Base Shaman did that in his show. He did Base Shaman is the king, the absolute king. And so that was perfect. I'm like, yes, the kingdom now has a king. This is awesome. So I put that in. When Klaba debuted this on his channel, Base Shaman was in the audience. And Base Shaman sometimes shows up with Sundays for COD.
And that was only the first time that Bass Shaman would be exposed to the wonders of Jorrun Comedy. And while he probably didn't remember that cringe moment because he was too busy shaking virtual hands with all the people so excited to see him in the chat, he would watch Jorrun, and he also saw Jorrun's tiny penis, thanks to the lovely freelance Dom Delita, who was in the chat today, spreading the good word, going forth much like Jorrun, the Jehovah Witness. She's a Jorruna witness, going from e-door to e-door, knocking and saying, have you heard the good word about this pointy-headed genie fucker?
I believe he's a very busy guy. I mean, he streams every damn night and does his own content. So seeing him there and seeing his smiling face emoji pop up was very cool to me. I was very...
the smiling face. I bet Jorrun wanted to return back with like smiling, laughing eyes, rolling on the floor laughing, and arouse.
Very happy. Scarlett, when did Betty? I'm happy to answer that. Excuse me. What happened was, I don't know if this was the first or second time she was on the show. I knew there was the interview, which is how I became a fan of Clobber. First thing I ever heard of Clobber, I stumbled on his channel because he had the call where the great Tiffany Lockhart gets Lauren to read the Laurenography. And I found that. I'm like, oh my God, this is gold. And Clobber kept interrupting. And I'm like, who is this asshole? He needs to shut off. Well,
who is this asshole? He needs to shut off.
Right. Same mistake everybody makes. Later on, you find out Clobber was raising money. Clobber's fucking awesome. And he would do that. So I had found out about Betty, I believe, through Sam Pendleton's channel. Fell in love with her. Heard his interview. I'm like, okay, this is a really solid dude. And it was either the first or second time. I think Betty was saying how different people had like there was a pope and stuff, and Clobber had no title. And Clobber, Mr. Modesty, he's like, yeah, I don't have one. So she knighted him. She goes, do I have the right to do this? He goes, you have more right than anyone in the church, which is so true. So she knighted him. And I think that was the same time where Betty did mini syllables. And it was out.
You know what, guys? We are 13 minutes and 30 seconds in, and already insufferable. Speaking of insufferable, did you guys know that Jorrun has a brother who is also an actor, singer, producer? And he may be... No, I'm going to go ahead and say it. He is worse than Jorrun. Now, he has an acting reel that's available publicly, but I have cut any identifiable information out of this. I don't want these people being found or attacked. But throughout the day, I'm gonna play some of that acting, some of the acting reel, and one of the songs, because if you've ever wondered what Jorrun looked like with hair, it probably looked a little something like this.
About the way people lie, do know
should have given you ladies a warning. Bring your galoshes, because it's about to get soaking wet.
Out of nowhere, because she loves when Clobber does, as we all do. And she did many syllables, and I swear to God, I literally fell out of my chair. I fell out of my chair. I may have been drinking. Probably. But yeah, that's what happened. He was definitely during a Sunday with COD stream, Scar. Chef says, you'll get the thunderstorms. I got a couple hours back. I'm staying in. Oh no. Euro says, it's not summer till the 20th. We've had sleet in... English weather, yuck. Off the Verge. It's not Clobber's fault that all the princesses want him. You know what, Verge? You're absolutely right. He deserves them, but still, he could give me a few, couldn't he? Does he have to have them all? I'm just saying. Was it the cleanest, best pleasure having Base Shaman? Yes, Euro. Yes, it was. Definitely. All right, let's continue.
Sir Clobber was strong.
And he really did feel like Clobber had all the woman. From my chat log, the comment about Clobber swimming in vajayjays if he so wished. He also made a comment. I don't know if it made it into the AMD chat log, but he made a comment where he was looking at Clobber's videos, I believe, just to look at the comments from women. And he messaged me that he woke up one day and there was a message left for Clobber by someone saying they wanted to sit on his face. And his comment was something to the effect of, it was too early to get an erection. But it was the first thing he read when he woke up. And that's information that he needed to share with me, because I want to know about any time that Jorrun gets an erection, or when he throws away porn, or if he feels like masturbating. At least in his mind, I need to know those things.
Brave and ready to fight. Children, he is what we call an alpha male.
Absolutely.
No woman can control him, no matter how beautiful she is.
I don't know who you think you're talking to. You're not talking to Warren right now.
Now that does not mean that he wasn't aware of his own shortcomings.
I'm just some idiot in Chicago.
So look at how great that was. Clobber and I, before I started doing content, we had a joke going.
Guys, listen to how great this joke I'm about to tell us, okay? Ready? It's going to be hilarious, guys. Ready?
Back and forth. So, you know, Clobber plays this character sometimes where he is the brother of Winnie and Debbie, known as Derek James. And so when that happened, I've been studying the whole thing about alpha males and beta males just in the past year. And
I'm just going to say it here, guys. If you need to study how to be an alpha male, you are not an alpha male. If you believe in that type of thing. Because if you believe in that type of thing, you would know that it's just who you are. It's not something you read about and pick up like it's geometry.
The joke I would do when I'd be on Clobber's thing is I would call him like Alpha Male Derek or something. And I would just joke around in comments, and I'd say stuff like, wow, Ramona will give Lauren a perfectly logical, sensible, solution. And Lauren will respond back by going, no! So I go, Lauren is the most stubborn child I've ever met. And Clobber responded back with total beta, Jorrun, which is hilarious. And fun fact, if there's ever Jorrun trivia, if you want trivia, here's...
I don't think that's how that happened, because, I mean, I've seen lots of correspondence with Clobber. I've had correspondence with Clobber in chat. He's never called anyone a beta. I believe Jorrun probably put it out there like, hey, clobbering time, notice me. Isn't this guy a beta? And Clobber probably replied, at Jorrun Comedy, yes. And then Jorrun was like, fuck yeah, me and this guy. He gets it.
Here's him now. I almost didn't go with Jorrun. I almost went with Alpha Male Derek. Because Derek is my favorite character in Lorna.
Guys, I know I love that he's plugging Jorrun trivia for me, but I've already plugged it today. It's this Thursday night. 6 p.m. Pacific, I think. I don't remember. But it's this Thursday, guys, Jorrun trivia. And this might be one of the trivia questions, but it's obviously not, because the Alpha Male Derek thing is one of the most well-known trivia things about Jorrun.
Photography. He's awesome. And I absolutely love the idea of Lauren someday finding my channel and going, it's another Derek, I can't get away from him. Well, I decided not to go with a community-specific name because I wanted to be able to do other things, original songs, some content that wasn't related to Lauren. So, Jorrun is a name I've had for over 20 years online, and I stuck with it. Yeah. Scarlett, oh, Betty's Lauren impression. Oh, it makes me laugh so hard. It is so good, so good. Euro, don't tell anyone, but I'm
Poop Frog Alpha Beta was a small chain of grocery stores in California, and their jingle was, check out the difference at Alpha Beta, da 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 da.
a bit drunk. What are you drinking, Euro? You told me in the past. I know you guys like gin and that. I know you're kind of fancy. I'm a little bougie myself. Afterwards, Derek King James. That's awesome. Jace, I do TCAP music. I do original sketches, which is what I'm doing right now, my first ever sketch. I do a bunch of stuff, and I will do a bunch more.
What Jace had asked in the chat was, will someone please tell me what this guy is doing and why he isn't playing a call? Even though 10 minutes earlier, Jace said he only found this channel because he'd been lurking on Jorrun's music channel.
TCAP recipes. Yeah, I know, Chef, you want to go into that. You got the ability, man, and I'm going to support you. There's no fucking doubt. Euro, I had a ginger flavored scotch yesterday. I thought it was delicious, but unfortunately it was not. Oh well. But yeah. So, oh, Chef, this is for you. I'm going to take a sip. Hold on. So that line that Clobber just does, where he talks to Tiffany, goes, I don't know who you think you're talking to, I'm not Lauren, where he suddenly becomes very alpha, and it's awesome. That is a clip from the Sunday Saccade where Clobber and Tiffany were watching TCAP recipes. That was the whole show that day. They binge watched TCAP recipes. And so I got that clip from there, and that video is where I got introduced to TCAP recipes. I became a subscriber, and now
Yeah, they became best friends, and now they live together in a truck. Clobber had so this was obviously a thing of contention for Jorrun. I don't think he liked that they did that entire episode watching TCAP recipes content, because Jorrun would ask Clobber to be on his show, and Clobber relented. He's like, yeah, Jorrun, and then he invited like 29 other people on to be on the show to reduce the amount of awful on there at one time. And I was talking to Jorrun after that, and he complained that he didn't think he'd have to share the floor with other people. He was not happy about that.
TCAP is one of my closest friends in the church. That's real talk.
Sorry, Clobber said it wasn't a Sundays with Cod, but it wasn't. What the is he? Are you talking about the clobbering time thing, or the TCAP recipes thing? Clobber, could you be a little more specific, please? Thank you.
TCAP, if you feel the same way, by all means, say so. But yeah, so, and I'll tell you.
I love that. TCAP recipes, who's my best friend. TCAP, you're here. If you feel the same way, please feel free to let the people in the chat know. No pressure or anything.
Clobbering time! Take that fucking paper bag off your head!
You guys, as I go through this, where I get original clips from, and even direct you to the videos if you want to hear them.
Unfortunately, before the brave Sir Clobber could fight the fierce Lauren Lynn, it was captured by the local authorities and forced to live in a cage.
Where he belongs, in a cage, in jail.
He's in jail, I guess, for being a fucking idiot.
Clobber!
Definitely true. Breaking easy-ass terms of probation.
Language! There are children listening.
Hopefully not.
Sir Clobber decided the best thing to do for his precious princess was to rebuild the treasury of the kingdom. Every Sunday, he invited all the subjects of the kingdom to his home and asked them to donate whatever they could.
Well, howdy, loved ones.
He would entertain them all and make them laugh hours and hours at a time. And when he was at his happiest, you would make the most wonderful sounds of contentedness.
So that's how I decided to put mini syllables in there, because of course you're not talking about club and not having mini syllables. So I made them sounds of contentment. If any of you are new, he did it, man. After a year, man, motherfucking Betty is all paid off as of last Sunday. Huzzah! He did it, man. He restored the kingdom's treasury.
I don't know why that reaction bothers me so much, but it does. The acting like he had a lot to do. I know he did pay for the dump, and every dollar counted. But something about the way he reacted pissed me off because of the way he reacted to Heisenberg's stream. Now, is he hotter than Heisenberg? Obviously, yes. But when Heisenberg asked me if I would be a part of it, the one stipulation was as long as Jorrun Comedy isn't. And that chat still exists. And Heisenberg said, what's funny? I don't know who that guy is, but you're not the first person to say that exact same thing.
That's a man right there, man. That is a man. Okay, cool.
So beautiful. Tiffany, did I do a good job on my first story? I mean, seriously.
Seriously.
Oh, you're so sweet. You always have my back, Tiffany. And that...
Okay, get into the story about that. So, oh, which one was that? I'm not sure. I think that was the one. My favorite ever Sundays with Cod was where Clobber does the Derek character, and he's there with Winnie and Debbie. And he's making fun of Debbie, and he goes, he does his impression. Hold on, that's the rain. I gotta close some doors. I'll be right back.
Speaking of rain, guys, there are like 50 people here and 13 likes on the stream. I don't like that at all. Do you know how that makes Queen of Spades feel?
I'm a victim. There, I said it. Are you happy?
No, and you know what also doesn't make me happy?
No. There are three sides to every story. See, I don't know why you've been posting all the memes.
It just gets worse from there, guys. Let's like the stream.
Hold on. Jesus. Well, I warned you. So, yeah.
Here the party says, there are 3 women to every threesome. That's beautiful.
Clubber, of course, always makes fun of how Tiffany talks. Seriously. And Tiffany made the mistake you never do, which was you do not say something that you claim you never say, because somebody smart like me will come around with audacity and clip it out.
I've never talked to high school girls. Never, Jordan. Never, ever. The next day. So, Jordan, were you talking to high school girls? Yes. And how old were they, Jordan? I would say, just to be safe, 17 or 18. Can you be sure about that, Jordan? Nobody can be sure.
And use it back at you. So when I did that, I was nervous because, mind you, I didn't know Tiffany at all, right? I just saw her on the screen. I would observe how good she was in streams. And I was nervous to put that in. I'm like, what if she takes herself real seriously? No pun intended. Takes herself real seriously. What if she gets mad? But I'm like, nope, it's common. I'm going to put there in.
So, Jordan, if you don't know a person, then you don't engage in inside jokes with other people. You don't know. Jordan is that kid that would show up at the park as a kid and there'd be like 3 people be playing chips or some shit. One guy's Paunch, the other guy's fucking not Paunch, and the other guy's the Cuban drug dealer. And Jorrun would run up and he's like, look at me, I'm Richard Pryor dangling my dick in the water. And they're like, and everyone just stops. It's a record scratch moment. If you do not know Tiffany Lockhart, you never knew Tiffany Lockhart, why are you engaging in these inside jokes with the person just to try and make it feel like you have been accepted because Clobber, for whatever reason, played that stupid intro for 2.5 months to open and close each Sunday with COD.
Tiffany could not have been cooler about it. Tiffany is the fucking tits. She's awesome. And she loved it. And so I kept that in. And I did some other stuff teasing about how she talks. On one Sundays with COD, I did a donation. And my donation message was, I want Tiffany to star in a show about attorneys and call it Serious Law. She was there, pretended to be angry in a very funny way, and she's just like, that killed me. That was so funny. So Tiffany is awesome, as I've said so many times in the past. Okay, what we get here. Let's see. Aaron. Hello, Aaron. Just imagine when she gets a 20K from Lauren. Ha ha ha. Yeah, that'll happen any day now. What else? Rhoda, my precious chocolate princess. Rose kiss smiling. Mwah. Archvile. What horror movie is the image from? Archvile, I will tell you that in a moment. It is from The Dump. All right. Scarlett, somebody suggested we send a bill to Lauren for Betty's payment. That would stress him right out. It's spelled R-E-E-T. Scarlett, read out. Archvile, my Cubano brother, thank you for coming.
Cookie Whoopie Pie says, I want Jorrun to star in a TV series called You Do Not Say That Kind of Things. Cookie Whoopie Pie, if you can sketch out what that show would be like, maybe I'll put together a fake teaser for it, because I would love to see Jorrun as a man on the streets, like a street smart style game, but the whole thing is just trying for him to not say something racist or sex. Like maybe there's a 60-second time limit and he either can't stare at a woman's cleavage, he can't look at her shoes, he can't ask their ethnicity, and he can't sexualize them in any way. I think he would fail, and it'd be called You Do Not Say. You get it. I think that'd be good.
I am here. Let's see. Eurovision, thumbs up for S-Hole for helping. Absolutely. All right. So let's finish this one up. Get to the next one.
Children is the story of Sir Clobbering Time. Real name, Derek McClobberson. Derek? Ex-Derek?
See, that's funny because Lauren had an adversary named Derek, someone who he wanted to get rid of, who was threatening to him and everything that he wanted in life. And what's even funnier is Jorrun also had an adversary named Derek, who was part of Funny Please, that he wanted to get rid of because he was threatening to him in some way. Well, we will get the details of that when Tegan Flanders, or Daddy Tegan, as the large father Tron has tattooed on his chest, will be interviewing with Clobbering Time and Heisenberg, Not That Hot White, this month. It's a JORRULY miracle.
The end. Join me next time when I teach you about another member of the Church of COD. God bless you, Sir Clobbering Time.
So that's how that became my signature sign off, which is God bless you. And so that was my very first one. Now, the second one I ever did is about Mr. Andrew Burkett. Burkett is how it's pronounced. Burkett is what Lauren calls him, because Lauren can't get any of our fucking names correct.
So he went for the largest regular Lauren streamer that he knew of, which was Clobbering Time for his first video. That worked, so then he went for the second, at the time, as far as regular scheduled type streams, which was Andrew Burkett. And that was only because they had done the court thing. And every clip from this stupid sketch he does is from the one video where they discuss going to Maine for Lauren's hearing. And so all he did was listened to that, cut out clips that he liked, and then wrote a shitty Mad Lib style story around it. And because he didn't quite know how to fit things together, that's why it's so long. And I would say, and so stupid, but there's nothing that he made that wasn't stupid.
And this was actually the first idea, because so the hardest part about the series and why I've stopped it is you need to have a plot. You need to have a story. And I can find funny clips and put them together in a creative way, but you need to have a plot. That's really the hard part. So this next one has a plot. It's when Andy Burkett flew to America, met Shin's koala, drove up to Maine, and saw Lorne get sentenced. Very, very cool event.
Now, he just managed to tell the story in 5 seconds. Let's see how long it takes him to tell it in his imagination style comedy tell that lacks any, and I'm not saying it lacks comedy because it's just not fun, but like I don't see anywhere where he added jokes in any of these.
I wish I had gone there. To give you all a timeline, I discovered Andy's channel and subscribed the very week he was in America. Yes. So if I had been a Lornographer like a month longer, maybe in a week longer, I would have been there. My ass would have been in Maine. I would have laughed my ass off. It would have been incredible. Yes, yes. All right, let me see here. Okay, everybody's just talking amongst themselves. That's cool, that's cool. All right, so here we go. This is the second one in my series. It's called, it's right here. All right. Bum, ba, 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 ba. Oh, wait, this is actually the third one. Ha ha. Well, I've talked it up, so I'm going into it anyway. It's called Andrew Burkett and Shin's Koala Go on an Adventure. Here we go.
About another member of the Church of Cod. Hi there, boys and girls. Are you ready to hear about another member of the Church of Cod? Okay. Once upon a time, in the faraway land of Aang, there lived a cat named Andy.
Yes, the land of Aang.
Yeah, really, really good. Guys, that's pretty weak comedy. I'm sure you'd all agree. Let's check out a comedy scene from Jorrun's brother. Now, this is a comedy scene that he was looking for $10,000 to raise $10,000. I repeat, $10,000, so he could take this from the rough concept we see today to a full TV pilot. And before you laugh and say, what could you film with $10,000? One of my favorite shows, Always Sunny in Philadelphia, was shot for about $300 on just a regular camcorder between some friends who were kind of struggling actors. And the rest is history. Just imagine if he would have gotten the $10,000 and FX picked up a show like this.
Kev, my girl's coming over. Make yourself scarce. Make myself scarce. Why don't you make yourself scarce and go in the bedroom? I want to do a little cooking. I need the kitchen. And then the living room for a little while. Is that asking too much, Kev? Yes, Jake, it is. I didn't plan on accommodating you today. I didn't get any advance notice. I know it's short notice. Just stay in your dollhouse. I mean, your small house, and stay out of the way so everything could be copacetic. Dollhouse, motherfucker. Sorry about that. You're not the boss up in here. You're just a roommate brother splitting the fucking rent. That's all it is, Jake. You have no business coming up in here. You know, coming up with orders and boundaries with no prior notice. Brother, no brother. I could slap you across the room and send you flying like a fucking demented fly landing on a pile of dog shit. Oh, really, Jakey Flaky? That's a good one. But yo, bro, I could shoot you in the fucking ass with a sawed-off shotgun and make you fucking fly with a trail of blood protruding out your ass like a fucking skyrider. Fucking little punk. Terry, I'm not telling you again. Just stay the fuck out of my way. I don't have time for this. I'm not gonna fucking play around with your ass anymore. So fuck off. Fuck you.
And that's really how it ends. It's incredible. And somehow the public, maybe we weren't ready for it. Maybe people just weren't ready for that kind of subversive comedy. It was funny because the guy was small. That's comedy.
I'm sorry, sometimes I get a little corny. Please bear with me.
Hello, everybody.
Andy looked a little different than most other cats.
I'm bald and I'm actually good looking, haha.
Hey,
Like myself.
hey, you're not the only handsome bald fellow around here, you know. Andy, full name Andrew Cat, had a best friend he loved greatly. It was a koala owned by a man named Shin.
Hello, everybody.
He also didn't look like your everyday koala.
Shin looks like Italian gangster.
Okay, so a little background there. So here's what happened. Excuse me. Everybody here? Cool. The idea for this one came from the fact, I'm going to embarrass myself here. The idea for this one came from the fact is, I knew from Sundays with Cod that there was someone named Shin's Koala. And I remember thinking, what a dumbass name that is. You know, he sounds and looks, I'd seen the video, you look like a big dude. I'm like, who the fuck is Shin? Is that his wife? Is he saying he's like her little teddy bear? Right. I didn't understand anything. And let me drop a little knowledge here. If there's one thing I have found, that every time I've assumed something is stupid in the Church of Cod, there's only one thing stupid in the entire Church of Cod, and that's Lauren. That's it. So I thought, wow, what a dumb name, Shin's Koala. Later on, I actually watched the TCAP episode with Mike Shin in it, and I'm like, oh, I had seen it, but I didn't realize Shin was handing her a koala. And after that, I'm like, oh.
Mike Shin, of course, one of my favorite TCAP predators. If you guys, I listened to the Kennedy interview yesterday, which I've heard many, many times, but I, for whatever reason, never picked up that he does say to Kennedy that his knowledge of the predators is basically exclusive to the Mr. Gigi videos. So that he confirmed that himself. So, of course, Mike Shin, why the fuck not?
Oh, that's actually clever to call himself that. So I don't know if I ever apologized to him. Shin, I apologize. But so I had that in my mind, this character. Like, let's make Shin's koala an actual koala. And since Lauren can't pronounce everything and it's turned Birkin into brr cat, let's make it a cat and a koala go on an adventure. I pretty much don't mention that they are animals for the whole rest of this thing, but what do you want from me? Yeah.
So you mentioned that you made them animals. You mentioned how they got their names. You mentioned how stupid you thought Shin's name was, but he still was a big guy, so you like that. But then you neglected to keep them animals or make that have anything to do with the actual story itself. So in your own director's commentary, you're admitting that you just don't know what the fuck you're doing. But still, we needed this.
Yes. Shin likes strawberries. Me too. TCAP says Shin is a koala in real life. Bomb drop. I thought he was an Italian gentleman who lives not that far away from me. But I guess you thought. Rhoda, yes. Rhoda, absolutely. I definitely didn't know what your name was. A chewed Tootsie. I'm not sure if I even knew who Rhoda was, maybe, but a chewed Tootsie. And of course, so with me, everyone eventually gets a nickname from me. Everybody gets a nickname. I don't even try. It just comes to me. Or in some cases, it doesn't. With Rhoda, I call her, what's it? Chocolate Thunder, Chocolate Love. Rhoda, tell me what she actually looks like. Sounds very attractive. Definitely not chocolatey, though. Archvile, I didn't realize Shin's name was referenced to the Predator. Archvile, good. See, I'm not the only one who was fooled. Absolutely. Choosing Mike Shin, Thomas Shin, who Chef did a great recipe, 2 recipes about. He was the Asian guy who made a lot of quote-unquote cute noises when Chris confronts him. He did a lot of it was silly. But that's his friend. Okay, so let's go back into this.
It also didn't look like your everyday koala.
Shin looks like Italian gangster.
I was under the impression that koalas only came from Australia. Oh, what the hey? I say Italy can have its own koalas too. Hooray!
You heard it. I declare.
But why is that funny if it has nothing at all to do with the script itself or the story? Why is that funny?
Koalas are no longer for Australia. If Italy wants koalas, I'm down with it.
Andy and the koala cared about each other very much and said kind things to one another sometimes.
You're a tougher guy than me, obviously.
Dude, you're a better person, right?
In time, Andy and the koala heard the good news about the Church of Cod from the wise beast shaman. In fact, they were very brave and decided to see the evil ogre, the Lorne Lynn, for themselves.
I do call shaman the gateway drug. He was the first person to tell me about Lorne. I never saw the original To Catch a Predator. I wasn't watching TV at that time. So I was already a fan of Chris Chan.
Sorry. I wasn't watching TV shows. I was pretty much exclusively using my DVD VCR combo to watch a duffel bag full of genie porn I bought at a yard sale.
Tweets are so relaxing.
You know, Jorrun, every now and then you do get one right. But you know what is not right is the tragically low number of likes on this stream. Guys, get to work or I get to twerk.
I heard she mad rich. I heard she dead broke. I heard she sniffing coke. Shut up, bitch!
Hey yo, Kim the spit.
Man, she don't write her shit.
Nah, Biggie wrote her shit.
Shut up, bitch!
I heard she going to jail.
I heard she out on bail. She done fucked up now.
What's that? One more time? Okay.
I heard she mad rich. I heard she dead broke. I heard she sniffing coke.
Shut up, bitch! Hey yo, Kim the spit.
Man, she don't write her shit.
Nah, Biggie wrote her shit.
Shut up, bitch!
I heard she.
I was a Christorian. Found Base Shaman when I was searching. Base Shaman got me into lornography, as so many other people did. And funny story about that. The first time I ever heard him read the lornography, I listened to a few chapters and I stopped because I'm like, boy, this guy's talented. He's a good actor, but he's trying way too hard to be funny with all these weird noises he's making. Once again, boys and girls, once again, I thought something was stupid. Once I got more knowledge, I found out the only thing stupid is Lorne. And so I stopped. Months later, found out about the existence of mini-syllables, went back, listened to the entire Holy Lornography as read by Base Shaman. Loved it. It was awesome. Okay, let me see here. Danny, my precious princess, is here. He's the one that crashed headfirst into the bar in the beach house. No, that's someone else. That's not Shin. Yes, that's it. Yeah, he was the stinky guy. I would guess, possibly.
No, the stinky guy was the guy who crashed headfirst into the kitchen island, Jorrun. So they were confusing Mike Shin, of course, with I don't remember the guy's name who like kind of fainted and went headfirst into the thing. But that's what's going on right now. And the decoy said he smelled like a bunch of cigarettes and like onions. I don't remember, but she said he smelled bad.
Filipino? I'm not sure. He was dark skinned, long hair. Let me see. Archvile says I can be dense about such things hiding in plain sight. Archvile, something else that connects us, my Cubano brother. Danny. Danny, for you.
Stumble, repent, repeat. Are there any vids explaining the story of Wes dating that Queen of Spades gal? You know, you will not come into my stream and scander me on this great day of JORRULY, the anniversary of the day that Jorrun was found out. When I let Jorrun know I knew, and he knew that I knew, and we all knew about what he had been up to on Instagram. This man was a scam.
I'm always ready. Definitely do Chris Chan. Danny, I would very, very much like, so one thing that's great, I feel Danny would be cool, but Danny, obviously you have experience with autism, and so I think you could really enlighten. You've already taught me some stuff that.
Yo, what does that mean? Obviously you have experience with autism. What does that mean, Jorrun? Just listen to the shit you say before you say it. Run it through your head real quick.
I didn't know. So I think you could really have a special, insight into Chris and his delusions, because those are real. He's got a lot. Euro, a Colombian. Euro, Anthony's my favorite guy other than Lauren. I mean, I quote him constantly. I cannot tell you how many times I've said, I'm not gay, I'm just saying. Mind you, the conversation is never about sexuality, but I crowbar that in there.
Guys, I hate to pause again and interrupt the flow of this wonderful content, but Evil Little McNuggets, my co-host for Spade in the Shade, has just entered the chat, and I wanted to play her in with this great little jam that's going to get you guys all hyped up and ready for this Thursday.
Spade in the Shade, hosted by the most worst and evil little nuggets. Spade in the Shade, Spade in the Shade, rants, raps, and really bad takes. Spade in the Shade, RSN and names, locales. It's Spade in the Shade.
I mean, RSN, negs. The only thing missing was CPTSD, but I'm sure that that'll be covered in the community tabs during that stream. So please, again, make sure you guys check that out.
I mean, you see, now a lot of times when I go into streams, I come in with, I just stopped by. He is the most quotable person on earth. Let me see. Shin brought all the gifts, just want to watch movies. He's like, well, maybe next time we'll have sex. You're one of those quote-unquote nice guys. All right. Archville and I separated at birth. Cool. Danny looking up right now. Danny's the best. All right, guys. Let me go back to it. So, they traveled very far. Andy was tired of England anyway.
Everybody where I live is a miserable, angry arsehole.
And through language, the Lauren Lynn had gotten himself in trouble.
So, in case you don't know, Andy is specifically from Manchester. Euro, I don't know if you're anywhere near that. You can tell me a little bit about that. I'm a fan of some music that came out of Manchester. The great Joy Division. New Order was actually one of my favorite bands in my teens. So they're from there, but I hear that it's kind of a hard Scrabble place. So according to him, everyone there is a miserable asshole. I don't know.
Trouble again, and had been caged.
Yeah, I mean, and I know it's been said, but like just talking about where people live and talking about where other people live, and even if they've talked about it before, like once you heard it on the street, it doesn't mean that that's something that you need to connect together to people in your chat, or because you've heard Baked use his first name before, doesn't mean that you need to constantly do it. It's just weird. We know that you are somewhat knowledgeable of these people from your forced interactions with them, but stop trying to make it like you're best friends with her. You said Chef was your best friend. Stay with your best friend.
Of choices, Budweiser Light.
Now, he was before the town's wisest man, who would judge his fate and decide what would happen to him. The wise man's name was Woodcock. And that's all I have to say about this name. Nothing else. No.
No jokes about the name Woodcock because, you know what? A great batter doesn't swing at every pitch. And a great comedian doesn't make every obvious joke. And I think it's funnier if I point out that I'm not going to make a joke.
The Lord Lynn was let out of his cage and led into the courtroom. Andy and the koala gasped.
I saw Lorne immediately, and he turned round and looked directly at me.
The ogre looked bigger and greener than they ever dreamed.
He looked jacked to you guys.
Yeah, he looked mean.
Oh no!
Oh shit, some I should point out.
So that, oh no, that wasn't a one-time thing. That was much like his his big Latin laugh. That was another one of his trademarks. The oh no, because he does it in this video, he does it in the roast, and he does it in at least one other video. That's sad.
So the third guy there was a friend of mine who I wish he was here. Oh boy, I wish he was here right now. But he's oftentimes in streams, particularly Sundays with Cod. Socks Cobb Parker. I believe that was the voice of Socks Cobb Parker. He went from Boston area, Massachusetts.
I mean, what's his address exactly, though? And when is he not home? Because I would love to stop by.
Drove up there. And, oh, yeah, I may have to ask him about this. I'm definitely going to point him out to this live stream. Because he said that he definitely did get to see Lorne. And, yeah, exactly. Here we go. Euro says, I'm from near Newcastle. That doesn't help this American out at all. And I'm not about to pull out Google Maps.
So this bitch who was asked, where's your mom from? And went on a 10-minute geography lesson is going to be like, I don't have time. Just like he doesn't have time to read his submissives rules. He doesn't have time to get out Google Maps and type something in. And he also doesn't have time to work out because this gym rat who once liked cheese now just likes cheesecake.
So, yes, there you go.
The ogre looked right at them, trying to scare them. But the cat and the koala were alpha males, and they could not be scared easily by such an obvious beta cock. The ogre looked in the koala's eyes and then quickly turned away.
He looks right at me. And I thought to myself, I am not going to break my stare. I'm not going to blink. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to make him blink. And then he looked directly at me and put his head toward the ground and walked out.
Of course, because Shin is an alpha male and Lorne is the biggest beta. I definitely love that Shin did that.
Yeah, much bigger beta than Jorrun. Guys, Sprinkle Cake has entered the chat. And if you have them in your heart, if you could put some roses in the chat for Miss Sprinks, I'm sure that would be appreciated. Now let's listen to Jorrun teach us more about comedy and also why he is better than Lorne.
Shin's like, nope, no fair. And tamed the evil ogre Lorne Lynn very quickly, sounds like.
That's because he's a little bitch. Now, the ogre may not have been the smartest customer, but he was cunning. To win sympathy, he had his mother, the fair maid Gwendolyn, speak in his defense.
So, I have to tell you, you might wonder why I'm calling her the fair maid, right? Because people say she looks like Lorne, right? People call her gorilla face. Guys, a little secret here. When you are writing a fairy tale, knowing that you have a character named Gwendolyn, that's a gift dropped into your lap.
No, you're right, bro. Gwendolyn is a much bigger gift in your fairy tale than a woman that is already known as Gorilla Face. Because why use Gorilla Face in your fairy tale when Gwen is like a gift dropped from the fairy tale fucking heavens? You idiot.
That is such a perfect fucking fairy tale name. I'm like, she's not Gwen, she's Gwendolyn. I made her the fair maid, which I think is funny. And yeah. Here we go. Jace, is this guy? I can hear you. I'm reading and I'm talking to you directly, Jace. Am I going to play a Lorne call? No.
Jace, obviously confused as to what is going on, was asking the chat, is this guy going to play a Lorne call? Because most people who came to a stream with this as the thumbnail a green Lorne Armstrong, and a bunch of, I mean, just look at the lettering on this. I can barely read that, and I know what it says. You would probably think this was some sort of Lorne related, hopefully a call or something or discussion. And you get here, and this guy's just talking on and on. You would probably ask, okay, dude, when are you going to shut up and play the call?
We are, if you read the description, I am playing some of the old sketches that I wrote months ago, and I'm commenting on them. I'm doing a director's commentary, as it says there. I am not going to play a Lorne call. I hope you enjoy it. If not, that's fine. That is it. That is it.
Wasn't that the same "that's fine" that he used at the end of his apology? I hope you can forgive me, but if not, that's fine.
It's a place Newcastle Brown Ale comes from. Oh, cool. Nice. Thank you. Here we go. I am, yes, Danny. See, this is why Danny is my back. Danny's like, Jorrun shouldn't have to stop. I'll help. Danny, once again, off the...
Yeah, Danny did jump to defend her boy and tell me that I told Jace that this was what the stream was, and if they didn't like it, they can go find someone else who was streaming a Lorne call. So Danny Banani, the true alpha in the pairing between herself and Jorrun, as Daddy Danny stepped in and told Jace to basically fuck off upstairs.
Verge, the fair gorilla Quinn. Okay, I think that's a very nice halfway there. It's the fair gorilla Quinn.
He needs to speak for himself, and he needs his mother up there to hide behind her skirt.
My son is a good ogre, Gwendolyn said. He has 2 dogs that he does not eat, but he eats little girls instead.
Guys, this was the hardest line to get through. I kept trying to read it, and I kept breaking up into laughter. The original...
That is so perplexing to me, because I didn't hear a joke anywhere near that. Did anyone else hear a joke that you would have had a hard time? Like, I've read Hamburger lines. Now, that's some shit that you're reading, and you have a hard time getting through parts of it, but, like, none of this bullshit.
Line that she said in the courtroom was something like, my son is a good son. He has 2 dogs that he loves very much. So I'm like, my son is a good ogre. He does not... I'm laughing now. Should I be apologizing for that?
Oh no, Jorrun, you'll apologize later for looking at pictures of little girls and masturbating.
I'm sorry.
He should have just clipped that 11 seconds as his apology instead of doing the apology thing with me. That would have worked just as well. Him saying, I'm sorry, laughing, and then the video ending. And then 3 weeks later, he's back at Steer Music because he obviously didn't care. He didn't give a shit.
I'm sorry. I just love that. Lorne has 2 dogs that he does not eat, but he loves. So the joke I have, right, because Lorne is, in real life, a predator. In this, he's an ogre. Ogres, quote-unquote, eat little girls. And, yeah, you know what I'm trying not to say. Johnny!
Tits. Tick.
Hey, Johnny, I'm so glad you're here. What's up, brother? I wish Lorne was led into the courtroom naked. Oh, what an exciting idea. I'm not gay, I'm just saying. Rhoda says, Gwen is quite fair for a gorilla. Okay, I think that's fair. I'll give you one of my favorite comedy quotes. This is from, what's it called? Not Laurel and Hardy. Abbott and Costello. Costello once said, she's either a very ugly girl or a very beautiful monster.
And you know what his mom never said to him? Son, you're not funny. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. And then just kept doing that until he did, in fact, shut the fuck up. And that's why we have this. And that's also why we have bullshit like this.
Okay, you have the 2 motor vehicles listed. I only have info on the property here. Old property. Yes, Mr. Keys. It is historic. Yes. It is the fucking hills, Mr. Parker. I wouldn't say that old. When it's almost a century, it's fucking old. I know the area. Some of those properties are worth good money, I have to say. Some ain't worth a damn for me to approve. I inspect houses that way. I don't play around. I get right in the fucking nitty-gritty, then let me tell you. When I inspect every freaking crevice. Nothing fucking gets by me. Let's get this all straight, Mr. Parker. You want a loan for that amount for this old property? Yes, that's right. You haven't even inspected the property, Mr. Keys. What the fuck you laughing at? Inspection will be at 10 a.m. tomorrow. All right. Okay, we're fucking done. Next! You're calling next while I'm still sitting here? What the fuck's up with that? We're done. I'm busy. Get the fuck up. Okay. See you tomorrow, Mr. Bank Officer. Asshole. Yeah, right. See you tomorrow, motherfucker. Mr. James, have a seat, okay? Yes, I remember the conversation over the phone, Mr. James. The property on Rosewood. Exquisite piece. I do agree. And I would like to rectify matters as soon as possible, if you don't mind. Okay, I'll get on it. And get back to you as soon as possible. I will need the check. How soon will it be completed? When I say? What do you mean? Just what I said. I didn't fucking stutter. Congrats with the property. You look happy about it. Next! You said your mother lives there? Yeah. And in addition, Mr. Laser, you stipulated that your freaking brother also resides there. That's right. That's it? Yeah. I mean, that's all who lives there? Are you counting pets? Depends on what kinds of pets. A dog and a cat. A dog and cat could depreciate and fuck up the property a little bit. The dog and cat are well trained. That's good to know. You know, Mr. Lace, some people have acted sort of fucked up during meetings like this. Like they have some kind of power. Like they could come in here and take advantage. But they're just fucking fooling themselves. So don't think you could come up in here and get over on me like a fat fucking rat. It's not gonna happen. No fucking way. Not now, not ever. Next!
And that's how it ends. And I don't know about you guys, but that gives me chills. That was described in the acting reel as a comedy drama scene. And I ask you, how does he feel about his own brother's acting when he has a brother who is also an actor, comedian, singer, yet he chose to play every role? I mean, did he play them to perfection? Absolutely. But tell me how much better that scene would have been with Jorrun as one of those customers, and maybe he needed the money to buy some genie bottles he found on eBay that were guaranteed to have at least one good spirit inside of the bottle.
And I live with that. That is awesome. All right, here we go.
Well, this did not help the ogre's case.
Oh no!
Finally, the ogre knew he had to speak up for himself.
I was praying. I was like, please let him speak.
He tried to use the evil power of ogre tears to trick the judge.
Dude, he was crying so hard, he was
Like a bitch.
convulsing. Snot everywhere.
I don't know what to do, the ogre wailed. All I want to do is my cooking show. Silly ogre. Ogres can't cook food. The only thing ogres cook is little girls. His statement was so funny, Andy fell over laughing. He laughed and laughed till tears were in his eyes.
I composed myself for a few seconds and then I just burst into tears again.
So the story, as it's been explained to me by Andy in one of the shows he did when he came back, when he did a recap, is when Lauren made that ludicrous statement that he just wanted to do his cooking show, Andy laughed so hard he was crying and had trouble breathing. He actually says, I believe I'm going to get this correct. He actually said, because Andy's kind of a spiritual guy, he had to do meditating. Like he had to kind of clear his mind to stop from laughing. But I believe he was all the way forward in his chair. He might have fallen out of his chair. Oh, man, I wish I was there. I passionately...
I wish Jorrun was there with Shin and Andy Cat and whoever else was there. I fucking wish Jorrun would have been there, because then we would have known earlier what a fucking weird. Because Shin wouldn't have said anything. Actually, Shin, that's a problem. Is Shin and Andy are nice guys, so they wouldn't have said anything. Because when we wanted to have Jorrun on Andy's show, Andy said, so what's the deal with this guy? And I said, what do you mean, Mr. Cat? And he said, he's autistic, right? And I said, no, there's nothing wrong with him. He said, well, there's something wrong with him. And that was the general consensus of Jorrun at the time. There was a debate. It wasn't a fake coom, real coom debate. The debate was, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? And it raged for a while until we all just realized he's just a selfish asshole.
I actually wish I was there to see Andy lose it in such an awesome way. That would have been so cool. Very cool. Lauren really looks like a green blobkin in this pic. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Scarlett says Lauren's the kind of ogre who falls behind on his swap payments. Yes. Oh.
Like tears rolling down.
Andy, are you crying? Why are you crying?
Yes, I had to do that. I had to. I'm like, I'm gonna take Ramona's best quote and apply it to poor Andy, who did nothing to deserve it.
Finally, using the special technique he learned in the Far East, Andy was able to breathe deeply and control himself.
Meditating.
Well, the wise judge was not fooled.
I like when he does stuff like that. He just yelled out meditating, even though he just explained a few minutes earlier about like the meditating, and that's why he added it. And there's another part where he mentions Sunday service, and he goes, Sundays with COD. Like we're not smart enough to get the real deep cerebral fucking comedy within this. This is like when Bobby Hill went to clown college and he showed up in like the big tie and everything, thinking it was going to be throwing cream pies and spraying each other with seltzer. But the guy was like this fucking hack who wanted to teach this different style of what he thought was funny. That's Jorrun. Like he just takes what could be a joke, and you could give him the funniest jokes, but his delivery is so shitty that he just ruins and walks all over everything. And then he does explain the punchline, like you're the dumbass.
The ogre was put back in his cage, and the villagers would be safe for a while longer. Huzzah! The animals all went out to celebrate.
I was the only one who ordered a martini, and I don't drink. I just felt like I wanted to celebrate.
They were happy, but they knew someday that Lauren Lynn would be free again.
Unfortunately, that's now.
We gotta wonder what the future holds for Lauren.
Good question.
Before this guy sucks his own dick again. Hey, what's going on, Tatted Jedi? Are you doing a poll and asking if we like pancakes or waffles? Do Belgian waffles always. Anyone can do pancakes, but good waffles, that's not everyone can do that. I bet Jorrun could. Can you make waffles in a wok? Are they waffles?
What would an ogre do to keep...
So let me just rewind this. Listen to what Andy says.
Good question.
Hold on.
I just felt like I wanted to celebrate.
They were happy, but they knew someday that Lauren Lynn would be free again.
Yeah, I just realized what Jordan is like. And again, I'm sorry for pausing and interrupting, but you know how you're watching a like what they call now a scary movie, which is really, they're just all jump scares, right? And you're watching one of these movies and all of a sudden like the music turns down and you know that eventually there's going to be a joke. This man is a comedy scare. Like the music turns down, you're waiting for the joke and you've got like that, come on, let's get this shit over with. Only the joke never comes. Wow.
We gotta wonder what the future holds for Lauren.
That was perfect. Listen to his delivery. Now, the funny thing is, right? It sounds mystical, like it's like Lord of the Rings. He's like, we have to wonder what the future holds for Lauren. When he's, first of all, it's fun how he phrased that, but that voice, he immediately clears his voice after he does this. He just had a regular frog in the throat. But between his accent, the way he's phrased that, and the frog in his throat, it just sounds mystical, right? Like he's got a hood on, he's like some old wise seer dude.
Good question, Andy. What would an ogre do to keep himself out of trouble?
Nothing.
I do not think that's a good idea, Andrew. He already hunts something. Children. Anywho, that's the story of Andy.
Hunting children. Meanwhile, Jorrun is literally searching Instagram for the hashtag genie and just jacking off to literally everything that comes up. And Shin, you know, you can make a full breakfast sandwich in the waffle maker. You put like 2 biscuits in the top and then make on the bottom quarter do egg, and on the one next to it do hash browns, cook it all at the same time and put it together. It's good shit.
Cat and Shin's koala. Later, they became friends with Tiffany Lockhart.
She intimidates me too much.
Really? I've always found that Tiffany has my back.
She does.
And I mean that. Seriously.
Once again, I'm making fun of Tiffany's talking.
Why would Tiffany have that's another weird thing that makes me think Jorrun never had a friend and doesn't really have a relationship with his brothers, despite him being far more talented. Because like he thinks that this person who he did one sketch with, that he sends thinking of you pictures and stuff, like he thinks they're friends and she has his back. She didn't give a shit about Jorrun.
That's the end of today's story, children. All I can say is, God bless you, Andrew Cat and Shin's Koala. Real name, Michael Shin's Koala. Join me next time when I teach you about another member of the Church of Cod. As they say in the language of the ogres, meh, 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 meh. Bye, sweethearts.
So yeah, by the second one, I decided, you know what? I'm going to pretend that mini syllables is the secret language of ogres. So that's my thing. And I had so much fun doing this. I have to tell you guys, it's a fun series. I would like to go back to it if people are interested. I need to think of a plot. That's the hard part. Yes.
Yeah, Vex. He would send Tiffany, like he says it in maybe this stream. I don't fucking know, but he would be at the grocery store and he'd see ketchup and send her a picture of it, or he knows she doesn't like bananas, so he'd send her like just little weird shit like that, because he just needed to be a part of what he thought there was like an inner circle cool kids table in the lunchroom, and he was finally sitting at it and he was basking in it.
Yes. let me see. Right, where am I at here? TCAP says, I'm doing Lauren's cooking show now. I'm going to blow my channel up. Haha. Yeah. If you guys don't know Chef, I'm sure you probably do. That's where Chef got the idea for his entire channel. He's like, Lauren Sex is that's cooking. I will cook the same things. I'll do them properly. And they'll be edible. And the show will be funny. And it is. Off the verge. Imagine being laughed at in court while giving your sob story. Yeah, that I would be very humiliated. I made a man who came all the way across the fucking Atlantic Ocean laugh so hard he fell out of his chair.
Guys, Jorrun would be humiliated if someone ever laughed at an apology sob story that he told. Could you imagine that ever happening to Jorrun?
Crying when I'm trying to get somebody's pity. Oh. Scarlett, I would have been charged with contempt of court. There's no way. Well, you ain't kidding. And you ain't shitting either, Scarlett. Me too. Let me see. Jack, this story Jorrun did using parts of Lauren's call and chats parody. You should watch the videos on his channel. They're pretty funny, especially through... Thank you. Oh, mwah. Kisses to my sweet Rhoda. Let me see here. All right. Nice stream, need more. Please do, Jorrun. I will see what I can do, Danny. I might need some help. TCAP understands how tough plots can be. Johnny, what's worse than being an ogre? Being a virgin ogre. Definitely true.
And see that there, he told some truth. What's worse than being an ogre? A virgin ogre, and the virgin ogre himself said, definitely true.
Atlantic Ocean. Scarlett, this is why I referred to Scarlett as my number one. Because she's that funny. Jace, you're welcome. I'm glad you're here. I hope you enjoy it. My next one,
Hey, I don't know what Jace said there. Jace must have said thanks for all the laughs. So sometimes Jace can be sometimes Jace is complimentary to set up a backhanded slap in the face, from what I've observed.
Extra proud of, because I said plots are the hard part. I'm like, wait, I have the best story here. I will do the story of the fucking crucifixion when Lauren drove down. So this is actually, I'm confused. I'm confused by my own shit now. I thought this was the third thing I said. YouTube's telling me it's the second one. But this next one here is the crucifixion and Saint Betty. So this is the third in the series. And how many minutes are we in? Wow.
Shin, Jace Amaro is a bit of a troublemaker. Shows up to High Morn streams. I believe they work for like Jack in the Box or something pretty high up. But they show up to High Morn streams, but they've also showed up to Queen of Spades streams. He has a daughter named Kayla, and Kayla's a big fan of Queen of Spade. But he also would show up to Jorrun Comedy streams, and every time it was like he forgot who and what Jorrun was about, because he would ask when he was going to play a call or when he was going to say something funny, and then Jorrun would get pretty upset. And Jace was chased off earlier by Daddy G, but Jace decided to come back, and he was going to be nice to Jorrun, but there was going to be something later, and he would leave after saying something mean. So when Jorrun was saying he had people saying you're not funny, I don't like your comedy, I believe he was talking about Jace Amaro.
Almost an hour in. Great. All right, so we might get up to the second hour point. By all means, it's 7 p.m. Eastern. Definitely go see my buddy Chef. He's debuting a new recipe. I'm his opening act. Nah, I always like it. I love when people can go from one thing to another. It's a good afternoon. It's very cool. Let me see. Spence, hi. Need to get a donkey so he can lose his V card. There you go. All right, here we go. The story of the crucifixion. Ba-ba-ba. Please hit the like if you like. Comment if you want. Oh, I can rewind. Winter. Here we go. Hi there, boys and girls. How are you today? Today, we learn about the crucifixion. Doesn't that sound like fun? Here we go. Once upon a... Oh, pardon me. One thing I should mention. So it was easy to get in touch with Clobbering Time, and Clobber loved the idea. Andy was hard to get in touch with because he didn't have, at least at the time, his email on it. So I actually contacted Shin, and Shin is such a golden guy. I told him the idea. He goes, I'm already familiar with the first one you did. I love it. You're a funny dude. I said, do you think Andy...
Shin Squala said, I watched your first video. I laughed until my sides were splitting. Jorrun, Jorrun, I loved it. It was my favorite thing I've ever heard, and I hope you continue making more. And so he's trying to reach out. He's trying to reach out to Burkett. Burkett is like either ignoring him or doesn't want to be found. And Shin's like, absolutely. Oh, Kennedy, what? You want to come on the stream? Please come. Oh, you're at Walmart? Doesn't matter. Come on. Yeah, we'd love to have you on.
It'll be cool. Shin said, and this is real man shit right now. He goes, Andy will like it, and if he doesn't, I'll twist his arm. Shin is a real dude. And he didn't have to. He gave me Andy's email. Andy was like, cheers, or said something else equally English. And it was very cool. So, and this one I didn't tell anyone about. By now, I had a fair amount of subscribers and some fans. I'm like, okay, here you go.
The time in the ancient land of Canaan.
Canaan. All these funky names that they have for that area. The 3 C's, Cornville, Canaan, Cambridge.
Lived a very precious prince and even more precious princess. They were very much in love.
Betty!
And spent every day singing and eating mangoes.
Princess Betty and her husband, Prince Eric, may he rest in peace, were in a band called Durango Mango. So yeah, that's why they were singing and eating mangoes. I am so silly.
Prince Eric played the lute, whilst Prince Betty played the lyre. And speaking of lyres, one day an evil ogre
Wordplay.
called Lord Lynn came upon their castle. The castle was in need of great...
He just yelled out wordplay. Because he said, and speaking of mango, like, wordplay.
...repairs before the coming of the cold, cold winter. I shall build me a new castle, larger and greater than before, claimed the evil ogre.
So in case you guys are curious where I got that voice from for Lorne, obviously Lorne's real voice, he has a stupid way of pronouncing things, but it's a moderately cool voice, right?
Well, Lorne has a moderately cool voice. Okay, all right, Mr. Burkett. Maybe there is something wrong with this guy.
So I'm like, he's a fairy tale villain. So when you have villains, you have either the big, tough, menacing guys who can kick your ass, or you have the more sly, calculating, usually smaller ones. And I'm like, I'm going to go with a very, very classic bad guy voice. Now, of course, Lorne is not smart at all, but he does have animal cunning, a phrase I've heard, where they can be manipulative, and obviously he was very manipulative, very sneaky, would delete your archives and all this bullshit. So I decided, all right, I'm going to make him sound sneaky and cunning, but still stupid. So I decided to make him talk like this. Yeah. Absolutely. Shin is the realist. Absolutely. The jury saw his literal asshole. All right, here we go. I
just realized we might have some people here who aren't aware of who Jorrun is and how multi-talented he is, because not only can he do comedy and write sketches and write things for children, but he could also rap.
Yo. Jorrun Comedy. First name Jorrun, second name Comedy. No, not really. Here we go. My name is Jorrun, and I'm here to say I like rapping in a major way.
Now I'm a nice guy and I'm not a rap bastard. This flow is too slow, so now I'll go faster. The last meet is spasm, fall in a chasm. Women thank me every time they orgasm. I make funny songs, I make silly sketches. Hit the like button or you'll get stitches. I make fun of Lauren, I make fun of Lauren. My jokes get you off much better than porn. Like someone subscribe and like my vibe, hit that bell as well. Get no shit too soon. Oh! That was too fast. Oh God. I see angels.
Okay, yeah. Is he handsome? Yes. Can he rap? Yes. Can he do comedy? Well, if you're listening to this stream, you know the answer to that is absolutely. But maybe you're like, I need a guy with range, handsome white men who can rap, sing, and do comedy are basically a dime a dozen right now. Can he do drama? Can I put him on a Better Call Saul prequel about Huel? Let's see if he can do drama, because this is from the night before he killed DMX.
Sometimes I wonder what life's about. Sometimes I wonder why the lights are out. Sometimes I wonder why I like to shout. Sometimes I wonder what their lies are about. Sometimes I see things I shouldn't have seen. Sometimes I wonder why I'm a hood and a fiend. Sometimes I look at what I become and I cry. Sometimes I get on that bullshit and be ready to die. Sometimes a man who's your friend might get it. Sometimes even though it's sweet, you ain't with it. Sometimes the pain is too much to bear. Sometimes it rains too much to care. Sometimes if you don't watch your back, it'll cost you. Sometimes you wonder who would give a fuck if they lost you. Yet sometimes the sun shines around the clock. And sometimes it's dark and hell is hot.
Like, comment, subscribe, share.
Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the notification bell to never ever miss a video. I'll see you next time.
That's a touching tribute to a man who wasn't even dead yet. But what better way to end this little speech, this monologue where you had to look down to read because you'd forgotten part of it? What better way to end that than with four of you harmonizing in perfect unison, asking people to please subscribe so they never miss any more of that. What could be more tributes to people the day before you murder them.
Oh my god, this Sarlacc Pete from the original. Uh-oh, I mentioned Lord of the Rings now in the conversation. It's all good. Scott, this Andrew comments on one of my videos yesterday made me feel good about us. Very, very cool. Oh, here we go.
I shall do it, but it shall cost thee 30,000 gold coins.
The prince and princess were trusting sorts with good hearts, so they believed the ogre despite his stupid, hideous, misshapen face.
I love getting mad at Lauren. It never gets old. It never gets old.
They emptied the castle's treasury to pay the ogre his required funds. But the day after they gave him all their monies, the ogre bought the fastest horse he could find and left the kingdom.
So obviously, Lauren bought a white truck with gray stripe on the bottom. So yeah, I'm taking very real events.
So why not just say that Lauren got a white horse with gray on the bottom of its legs and took it off, and then just keep going instead of stopping to explain that joke?
And making them sound more fantastical, magical elements. So yeah, Lauren promised to rebuild a house, in case you don't know, stole $30,000 and fled. Where? You're about to find out.
Oh no! The ogre rode and rode till he came to the village of Nash. However,
Nashville. Again, I'm very silly.
before he even got there, he spent all of his ill-gotten gains on magic beans. I meant magic beans.
He can't stop drinking the Bud Light now, can he?
Oh, my children. I have no idea why.
Just in case you guys didn't know, Lauren had a bit of a drinking problem. So when he said that he found magic beers, right, guys, it's a play on the magic beans from Jack and the Beanstalk. Only Lauren wouldn't be able to plant these magic beers. You guys know why? Hold on. Pause. He drank them all. He drank the beers because he has an alcohol problem. So the beer, like, you guys get it? Like, the beers there would be no beers to bury, just empty cans. Because he drank the beers.
I thought of beer when talking about the ogre.
Why indeed?
The ogre found a cave to live in. There was a problem. He was hungry. And when an ogre...
Now, if you heard my live stream last week with the lovely Miss Kennedy, she went to the area he went to right before it was condemned and tore down. Very cave-like. Very cave-like. So I was accidentally correct about that. Off the Verge, you put more thought into Lauren's pronunciation than he ever. Well, Off the Verge, you're a smart guy. Very smart. Danny says, yeah, a lot of live streams are being pulled down. I'm getting paranoid. Everyone's getting pulled down but me. I mean, it helps that I'm not playing.
It helps that nobody knows who the fuck you are. Jorrun, you get those punchlines in front of you right fucking now and tell them you don't want them, you want Shin.
Calls, maybe. I don't want to give myself too much credit. I really don't want to. Because I'm not exactly a genius. But absolutely, Danny, someone is shitting on us. Probably a member of the Cornville Mafia. Here we go back.
...is hungry. What he wants to eat is little girls. Or do something to little girls. Something just as bad, maybe worse, depending on your opinion, I guess. Really bad. Really.
Yeah, what's worse? Wanting to eat a little girl or do what Lauren wants to do with little girls?
Guys, a reminder that 2 years ago today, it was found out, it was exposed to the community that Jorrun was looking at pictures of children dressed as genies while pleasuring himself. One day later, he would admit that he was having sexual conversations with high school girls and below. He couldn't verify the age. And he'd been doing this for a long time. But, you know, let's make fun of Lauren because when you just keep poking fun at the guy who got caught, maybe he thought it made, you know, and no one paid attention. Like, no one paid attention to this guy beforehand, but he just left so many clues with a lot of the weird, creepy shit that he said. And just, he didn't know anything about Lauren, but he just knew that other people were angry at Lauren, so he was going to share that same anger.
I will leave that question to the philosophers. They're both really bad.
Anywho, the ogre found out about a little girl who lived in the next realm over from Nash Village. He sent her a letter, and she sent one back with a painting of herself. The ogre could not believe his luck. She was so beautiful, with hair of gold and eyes blue as the sea. Truly, she was a little Aryan princess.
Hey, the time machine. So Jason Blaha used to work for, it's a true story, he used to work for 3M. And he was also the leader of the church choir. Now, as you know, most of us have probably been in the church choir. There's often hymn notes you need to put in your Bible. And he was working with Scotch tape. Scotch tape itself was a racist name because they used to only put adhesives on the outsides of the tape to save money. And they sent it back to the company saying, stop being cheap and giving us this Scotch tape. And Scotch at the time was a term used for like poor people, you know, like these Scotch people. So he was trying Scotch tape and paper and it wasn't working out. It was like sticking to his book. So he went into like some failed adhesives that they had made at 3M. And this is a true story that they had made at 3M. And he worked with a couple of them. He applied it to some paper and he created Post-it notes. But because it was 3M property, he doesn't get like royalties he did get a nice little retirement package when he did retire from there eventually, but he's not getting like royalties. The Blaha family isn't making a bunch of money from Post-it. So that's the story of Jason Blaha. And also like how Scotch tape got its name. And you guys can verify both those things. I'm not joking about either of them.
That is definitely my type of humor. A little Aryan princess. Oh.
Looks good enough to eat. Ew. Ew. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, I'm sorry, children. I'll try to stay professional about this.
That is a very, very real reaction I have whenever I think of what Lauren and other predators want to do.
See that's like telling the ways you're better than Lauren. You don't have to say that it disgusts you that what these guys were going on TCAP to do. But that wasn't his very real reaction, because when he was reading the chat log with Danny, he had no problems with it. He would just try and act like, oh, this part's so disgusting. Like, we know it's disgusting? But you're reading it. So like, just read it like an adult and stop acting like you're so disgusted by everything they're doing only because you hate about these men what you hate about yourself. And it's not just being a genie fucker. It's the kid shit.
That is a visceral reaction, I believe the word is.
After a month of sending letters back and forth, the ogre decided to meet her when her parents were out of town. Oh no! She told him to meet her in a secluded glade, just south of the King's Bowling Green.
Bowling Green,
the ogre
Kentucky.
bestrode his mighty charger and rode for hours to get to his lovely princess. In the midst of a glade, there she was, just as pretty as a picture. She had dark hair, hazel eyes, and looked absolutely nothing like her portraits whatsoever. And the ogre didn't notice, even though she didn't wear any of the clothing she promised, and her personality was as different as it could possibly be. Hey ogre, are you saying all human beings look alike, you racist? That's the wrong word. I believe the right word is speciesist.
That's one of my favorite jokes there.
I mean, let's be honest. We know his favorite jokes are racist jokes or jokes about breeds, because he was talking about his little Aryan princess just a minute ago, but now he's going to talk about how he's not racist, and because he had something to do with the Underground Railroad, I believe.
Calling Lauren a racist, very cathartic. We found out later, he is absolutely a racist. But I love the idea that Lauren was so stupid, horny, whatever, that he met someone who looked absolutely nothing like all the pictures and didn't think to himself, I must be in the wrong place. Oh, nope, someone invited me in. I'm going to go in. So stupid.
What? You want to see a picture of my face when I'm coming? Okay, well, here it is. Oh, what? You want me to write my name on my dick, even though you and I both know my dick doesn't get all the way hard? I've only got a ballpoint pen. Is that? Yeah, I don't need to ask. Okay.
Now, the part of this that was not challenging but unusual is, so obviously she's a princess and he wants to eat her. So I have to make her sound desirable. But I'm...
No, dude, like, have you read a fairy tale before? They didn't go on and on making the princess sound desirable. They would say, like, the fair maiden, and it's implied. Why did you need to make a child sound desirable? Because we know in order for a child to be really desirable to this man, she needs... One of the girls on Instagram she had a face painting at, like, a carnival, and they just painted a genie lamp on her face. And that was enough for him to think of her as desirable.
Talking about an imaginary 13-year-old. And the thought of that being seen as desirable is fucking disgusting. So as an actor, I have to make her sound like, oh, she's as beautiful as a picture. But then you think of what he wanted to do, and it's like, oh, my stomach turns. Ugh. TCAP says, don't play.
Everyone shins Koala with a boast in the chat. I guess he has some sort of nude ball game later today, and he wants to know how long I'm going. Shin, this is a tantric stream. I'm going till 5 p.m. Pacific, and then I'm joining the cookout with Clobbering Time and a host of other people of color. And then I might come back to wrap up whatever I don't, because after this, guys, I'm doing the AMD chat log of when I met my my best friend and future business partner, Jorrun Comedy. So we're going to go over that. I'm going to fill in some gaps with some of the chat that was cut out initially, because there were some things that were redacted. Not names, of course. I'm not going to share those, but like there were some other things that were redacted because it was too early on. But yeah, so we'll be going for a while. So Shin, once you're done with your nude game and you shower, you oil up your pecs, and you put on your mesh tank top and your shorty shorts, feel free to come back on in with a pina colada, some bomb-ass fried rice, and let's go.
Play the calls. Don't use topless fat guy. I can honestly say I've never thought of doing that and didn't want to.
Okay, and that was so why he said that. I don't know if this has ever been explained, but Euro said just make sure you don't use any picture of like topless fat guy. I don't know if it was Clobber, someone was, or maybe it was Heisenberg. Someone was streaming the day before, and streams kept getting taken down. Like Heisenberg was one of them, but it wasn't YouTube doing it. It was the person who liked taking streams down out of jealousy and out of anger. And so a stream would go down, and you would think, okay, well, maybe it was this call. So they'd change the call. It would go down again, and they would say, well, maybe it was the thumbnail that was used. So people didn't know why, and that's why Jorrun thought, oh, lucky me. It must be because I'm not playing calls, but it was really just because he was not a threat to this person, because nobody knew who the fuck Jorrun was.
Off the Verge. Schrodinger's pervert. Diddling kids or eating them. No one wins. Verge, you are a really smart guy. I love that joke. I love any joke related to Schrodinger's cat. Let's see. Rhoda, I think the video should be named Cute Kitties with a Kitten thumbnail. Lauren won't bother. And only trolls. Yes. As Lauren says, just type my name into Google and watch the magic happen.
Just type Jorrun Comedy into Google and watch the magic happen. Like, just the images, the first images that come up. That's why Jorrun Comedy died on this day 2 years ago, because type the name into Google and just sit back and enjoy the work of the people who outed this predator.
Johnny, Kate had a growth spurt. Yeah, I know. Miss Casey Moreau is a little petite, but definitely taller than a 13-year-old, right? I think that's safe to say. Scarlett.
And guys, really, Jorrun would never get fooled by three different women. Woman, because he was fooled by 4 different women, very different. Each body very different from the other. But like I explained, this man had FOMO dick. He had a FOMO dick, and he all he saw was a potential genie. And now I don't think he was ever going to meet this person, because as Jorrun has proven, he does not have it in him to actually meet someone. He was trying to talk Stephanie out of meeting because Stephanie lived locally. I made Stephanie live locally because I thought maybe that's why he's blocking everyone, because he doesn't think there's an actual chance of meeting up. I made her local, and he still ghosted. So
Lauren has taken years off his life expectancy screaming in about. Yes, he definitely has. That's why I don't believe the whole theory that Lauren's going to outlive all of us. No. I give him a decade. With all his bad habits, not counting karma, which is real, I give him a decade maximum. All right, here we go. I'm still offended. I am still offended.
The little girl got him to sit down and sat down across from her, ready in case he tried to jump up and gobble her down. She had him sit in an enchanted chair, and his butt got very hot.
I haven't had a kiss yet,
the ogre said greasily.
May I have a kiss?
If you watch the original crucifixion footage, he mentions a kiss.
The crucifixion.
3 times in 11 seconds.
Okay, well, Jorrun, to be fair, Jorrun did stare at a genie's shoes who went to his work like 5 times in 11 seconds.
3 times the word kiss appears in 11 seconds. Thirsty much?
Just then, a handsome knight named Christopher strode confidently into the glade as the little girl,
Chris Handsome, yay,
ran away behind him. It was a trick. The king had a clever plan to protect all the damsels of his kingdom by catching all the monsters who would eat them. The predators, if you will.
He caught a predator. Bum ching. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be here all week.
Faced by such manliness, the ogre cowered and broke down in tears. "Oh God," he said, as ogres have trouble speaking the language of humans, and he could not say God correctly.
Among so many other words, that hick.
Now, an ogre's tears are powerful stuff, able to trick others into believing the ogre is sorry for his evil deeds. Unfortunately, it only works on other ogres and not human beings. The ogre, finally getting through his thick skull that his trickery wasn't working, left the glade to escape. But all the king's men were there, and they arrested him and bound him and shackled him and caused his hat to fall off.
Tiffany Lockhart has said many times her favorite part of the whole thing is watching the hat fall off. And Lauren being exposed for the bald head that
He's describing something that all of us found funny, right? Like, I mean, I still don't think it was the best takedown of the night. Michael Patterson running through the house and screaming. Like, I remember them showing that in the preview, and I'm like yelling, laughing, and my ex was really upset. She didn't think it was as funny as I did, but like that to me was a takedown of the night. But we all found this to be funny, and he has managed to make it like depressing. I haven't laughed one time at this recollection. There's a way that you could retell what happened as a fairy tale and make it funny, but like not this guy.
So ashamed of. I mean, I think he sleeps with that damn hat. It never comes off.
Truly, this was another blow to Lord Lynn.
There you go, chef. There's your line.
The king threw the ogre into a dark dungeon for 5 years. During that time, a truly magical thing happened.
Bing, 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 bing. Let me see. Watch the magic that happens. It's one of Lauren's best kits. I agree. Okay, so here's the part where I go heartwarming, because you guys know I'm a big softie. And this is the part where I go.
All right, he's a little softy, but he was half right. Guys, I'm going to put the link for the Jorrun Tiny Pee-Pee Dump in the chat. So if any of you haven't seen it before, if you haven't seen his actual chat log with the catfish, if you haven't seen some of the searches that he was doing, like the saved playlist with high school cheerleaders, like their mascot was the genie, and he had different stuff like that. If you guys haven't seen it, check it out. It's a pretty interesting deep dive, and this is what was released 2 years ago today. It's the 2-year anniversary of the mac and cheese drive getting shared, and Jorrun realizing it's over for me, isn't it, Wes?
Go heartwarming and really teach you the beginning, the real beginning of the Church of Cod. Is the beautiful, positive thing we're now all part of. 18 viewers, and I'll take it.
People learned about the evil ogre and his foolishness, and they laughed. Oh, how they laughed!
We still laugh.
They realized something wondrous. No matter how bad their lives were at times, they were all better than that of the ogres.
And that is the point, right? That is the principal tenet of our fine religion. No matter who we are, no matter how bad we goof up, we're still better than Lynn.
They were free. They didn't steal money from old people, and they had no appetite for little girls. Hooray!
It's true.
A sort of religion developed. A church of God. Soon, more and more people were spreading the good news about not being the Lord Lynn, with the greatest of all the prophets being a based shaman.
Based shaman! That is, and when maybe that was the first time we discovered.
Why did you pause you saying bass shaman to say bass shaman?
Clobber. Or I became a fan. Is he interviewed bass shaman? And he titled that video, it's still up. You know, Lornogri's greatest prophet, bass shaman. He absolutely is. I agree.
I will not talk about him in this story, but children, I have it on good authority that he ain't kidding.
He ain't shitting either.
This religion has spread all over the land, to many lands, and has spread so much happiness to all who heed its beliefs. So you see, children, if the Princess Betty had not given the evil ogre all her money, he never would have traveled far away. He never would have tried to eat the little girl, and the clever king would not have caught him. And we would not be lornographers today, you and I. So, in a very real way, Princess Betty, precious Princess Betty,
Very
is
precious.
the patron saint of our religion, from which all good things have happened. God bless you, Princess Betty. Real name, Elizabeth Durango.
Oh, so one of the calling cards, if you will, trademarks of the series is I fake dox everyone at the end, right?
He'll fake dox you in his sketch as a joke, but then he'll real dox you during his stream and say it was an accident. Something that Euro would do just a few days later. And guys, I promise you, this July, my Euro chat log will come out. And during that chat log, I have him posting things in coded phrases to get the Jorrun Comedy channel to respond to him. I walk him through creating an apology letter after he offended Tiffany Lockhart, and I admonish him for doxing Jorrun's real name in the stream and going, "Oops, did I just do that?" And so it's a great chat log, and I think Daddy Danny Banani will be doing that one with me, probably playing the West Most role because my Euro. Oh, I didn't know. Nobody told me I couldn't dox the people in the chat because I'm new here and I'm pretty quiet because nobody talks to me. But did I tell you that I've got IBS?
Right? I give a name that sounds real or whatever, right? I call clobbering time, Derek time, or whatever I said. I called St. Betty Elizabeth Durango. Again, Durango Mango.
Or, as they say in the tongue of the trolls, me, 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 me. The end. Join me next time when I talk about another lornographer.
I should end it with "Boy, sweethearts."
Now you ended that perfectly. So guys, we have 34 minutes to go on that, and we're still going. I know some of you guys are probably worried, but like I always promise you guys, this stream will go on.
This song goes out to Ashu Farah and On Passing.
Every night in our streams, we see you, we feel you. That is how we've come to know you. You go on.
And we are keeping it moving, guys. I just got something sent to me from Kelp Pill, Madam Kelp Pill. It is a day that to me lives a bit in infamy. It's a day that Jorrun still gets blamed for, even though he had nothing. He only did one of the donations, but there was a day when Jorrun was in a clobbering stream, and I saw an opportunity to fuck with Jorrun. So I made a lot of donations as Jorrun, and the donations were not nice. They didn't make Jorrun look good, and he was very upset, and he wanted to know who was doing it. And it was just a few days after he'd asked me what the name was on my PayPal account. He said he was just dying to know. He had to know whose name this was, like it made any fucking difference to him. And he was told that you don't do shit like that. You do not do those kind of thing. And so after this stream on 5/24/20, it's just a few days later, he sent Euro to ask Clobber if he could look into the donations and let him know who it was who was donating in his name. And also, little behind the scenes, Clobber was not happy with me for doing this. He thought it was too much. And so, like, I mean, he wasn't mad, but he wasn't exactly. He didn't think it was as funny as I did at the time. So this is 6 minutes, and Madam Kelp Pill put this together. So thank you, Kelp Pill, for doing this. So we're gonna watch this before we continue on.
Ow!
The Jorrun Identity donated $2.
Thank you, Jorrun.
I put 6 deviled eggs in the mail for Betty, so you can take about $300 off the total.
Nice.
Subscribe to Jorrun Comedy for the finest in teacup goodness. That's some quality funny. Clobber is a jobber, but Jorrun is never boring.
That should be looked into.
So much.
Hey, Chef, put the links to your channel in the chat.
Donated $1. Lauren was just a loser. All he brings is pain, but I am Jorrun Comedy. I only make it rain. I will buy a new light so you see my dingle. The name again is Jorrun, and ladies, I am single. Call me.
There you go. There you go. Better. This. I really think that this is better than Tinder. Thank you, Jorrun, and thank you, Chef. Thank you, Tiffany.
Jorrun Comedy donated $2.
Hi.
If impersonation is the sincerest form of flattery, your attempts to jack my style are like assault and battery. You can steal my name, but here's the only thing: the votes were just counted, and I am the improv king.
Oh, the votes were counted?
People are still so mad at Jorrun for these.
Actual Jorrun Comedy donated $10. I don't know who has been impersonating me.
I know, it's been crazy, Jorrun.
They are funny and making me look good, so
They are.
carry on.
No, that was really Jorrun. That $10 donation was actually Jorrun. And so he was donating to say, because he was saying, like, I like that they were saying that I was single, but they were saying some mean stuff to Clobber because we had a conversation. I needed to know what was going on. Like, dude, why are you making these crazy statements during a Clobber stream? And so he explained it to me. He was happy with them saying he was single, letting the ladies know, but he didn't like that they were saying some mean things to Clob that he was actually already thinking.
Plugging the shit out of you.
I really am single, ladies.
There you go. There you go. Swipe right on Jorrun, baby.
Clobber's my hero.
Actual Jorrun Comedy donated $1. Also, I want to add, I am not just exclusive to women, so you guys can also message me.
Yeah, you gotta hedge your bets.
Also, check out my Patreon. Maybe I will offer a tier with nudes.
There you go.
I am Jack Off.
I am Jack Off.
Clobber's my hero.
Actual Jorrun Comedy donated $2. Clobber, let's have a wager. If I get 50 people to put roses in the chat for me, I get to co-host the next Sunday with CAWD. Unless, of course, you are scared I will outshine you and take over. Just joking, maybe. Love you, Clob. Love the show. Keep improving.
Thank you, man. Keep improving. Thank you, Jorrun. Yeah, I'll work on it. I'll work a little bit harder.
Actual Jorrun Comedy donated $1. Hey Clob, I counted at least 50 roses, so let me give you a taste of what everyone will get on the next Sunday with COD. What do you call a female with autism? Ready? Tits tick. Thanks, I am Jorrun Comedy. I will be here next week co-hosting. Boobs tit. Actual Jorrun Comedy donated $1. Hey Clobber, please tell everyone to sub to my channel. I will promote our Sunday with COD we are doing next week and get you more subs higher quality, and most importantly, I will get some actual laughs around here. Did I mention my Patreon?
You did not, but yes, thank you, Jorrun. Yeah, Jorrun Comedy, baby.
Real West most donated $3.
Thank you, West.
I will be on Chris Hannon's Chanel this Thursday along with Brittany Simon to talk about the human trafficking story chick. It will be a good show.
I cannot wait.
Clob, why have you never offered me a chance to co-host Sunday with COD?
Is
there a list somewhere?
Yes, there's a sign-in sheet.
Actual Jorrun Comedy donated $1. Clobber, you are losing the stream.
I am.
Turn off the donation sounds and let's watch a few of my videos and liven up this morgue. Let's agree I pick the call next week and you just follow my lead.
Yes.
It will be like training day, but I am Denzel and you're nobody.
Wait, I can't be Ethan Hawke? I always wanted to be Ethan Hawke, though.
Real Wes most donated $1. Clobber, not sure why you are getting bullied tonight, but
Thank
you
you,
are.
Wes.
Still one of my top 100 favorite lornographers from the
Oh,
Midwest. I agree
wow.
with Jorrun. Keep improving, say your prayers, take your vitamins, and God bless America.
I'm doing that. I am doing that. I am going to. I'm always trying to get better, and I appreciate that. That's high praise. One of the top 100 from the Midwest. Nice. Thank you, West.
Actual Jorrun Comedy donated $1. A final poem for the ladies before I say goodnight. I would send you nudes, but that would not be right. Let's just say my unit wouldn't be kept on a shelf. How large is it? Get a 2-liter Coke and see for yourself. Boom kaboom, mic drop, flip flop tits.
Mic drop. Dropping that mic.
So done.
Thank you, actual Jorrun.
Clever is
Actual Jorrun Comedy donated $1. When it comes to rhymes, these other dudes are 4 and I am the mad rap slinger killer Prince Jorrun, the first hip and I hop with the skills of Dr. Dre. I am
Damn, we are getting some.
like Little Nas, but I am not gay. Not that there is anything wrong with that. I am Jorrun in a worn Boston hat.
Damn, we are getting some poetry. So thank you, Jorrun.
done.
And that was it. Not long after that, Clobbering Time took the donation up to $3 per donation. So I'm not saying that it was anything to do with that, but maybe he wasn't happy about all those $1 donations.
Durango again, Durango Mango.
Or, as they say in the tongue of the trolls, the end. Join me next time when I talk about another lornographer.
I should end it with "Bye, sweethearts." Okay, cool. All right, boys and girls, we got one left. Let's see what you all are up to. Here we go. Excuse me. Rory, he's like a cockroach or Keith Richards. That guy should have been dead years ago, drinking and drugging. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Spencer says he will not let things go, like how he asked in chat log what he was thinking like 10 times. Absolutely. Spencer, he can only fit one thought in his misshapen head. And emotions, too. That's why, if you listen to the call, sometimes it's hard because he'll just get one thought. And even if he'll try to change his mind or even change his mood, if he's feeling sorry, right? And when he tries to get him to laugh, he'll laugh, but then immediately go right back to the self-pity. Okay. Ha ha ha. Euro, Betty is the queen, not the Queen of England. Well, she's my queen too, and better than the Queen of England. I'm sorry if I've offended anyone. Scarlet.
I mean, I will say I should have told Clobber first that I was going to do that, but in my defense, allow me to make an excuse for the apology I just gave. I didn't know that Jordan was going to be there, and I did message Clobber, and I said, hey, those donations are coming from me, and let him know. And then afterwards, because he was streaming, so he didn't see it. Afterwards, he said, yeah, I know, and like it was too much or something like that. So he wasn't happy because it was making people uncomfortable, and like only I knew why it was funny. But like now looking back, like we could see why that would be funny. Jordan sitting there, and he's like, these aren't me, guys. Guys, these aren't my donations.
Lauren's the kind of guy who would use a hairdryer in the shower, if he had hair, that is. I'm surprised he knows how to touch, let alone... Right. Okay, guys, got one left. And this one is about my man TCAP Recipes. TCAP, if you want to jump in with the chat at any point to give your perspective, that's cool. So, the final entry I have. So, I had been doing this, right? Andy had played his on his channel. Clobber had played his for about a month. And TCAP had contacted me, Chef, and he said, your stuff is really funny. Could you make one for me? I'll pay you.
Now, that has never been confirmed. I don't know if Chef really said Now, Chef might have said, "I really like your stuff," because a lot of people said that they don't hate this series. Of all the stuff Jorrun created, they don't hate the series. They feel like it, in someone else's hands, it had potential. But I just don't see Chef saying, "I'll pay you," because like you look at Chef's, even as like a buddy who is trying to be supportive, you look at what Chef puts together, and then you look at what Jorrun was putting together. I don't see any reason why Chef would offer to pay him. Like if he wanted to pay someone, that were like he knew far more talented people in the community that he could have paid to like make him some sort of sketch.
I was super fucking touched. I was honored, HAWNERED, honored. And I'm like, I don't even want pay, because, just the fact that someone likes me enough to offer that touches me. I says, now, mind you, if and when we meet, you're cooking me. You're not cooking me. I do not want to be eaten by an ogre. I said, you're cooking for me. I think he just did his Popeye's chicken sandwich video. I'm like, shit, that's what I want. You making me that. But I decided to make this video. And this one was hard because, again, there was really no plot. And I'm like, okay, what can I do with Chef? Well, he calls himself just a pair of arms. So I'm like, all right, let's have it some sort of magic enchanted arms. And of course, Tango is cute.
If your story has no plot, you have no story, thus you have no video. And this is I always forget that middle one. But this is the one that's like the least memorable to me. I hear it and I get what's going on, but I tone out throughout it. And I'm like looking at I'm like fucking with shit on my desk, and then before I know it, it's just over. But it doesn't make any. It's so stupid.
But how do I actually turn that into a video? Well, I'm gonna let you guys know real soon. Johnny says the story of Ramona seeing the doctor naked. You know what? That's not a bad idea. Spencer says, Ape says, I bet the decoy was really thinking, I wish I was doing about anything in the world other than talking. Very cool, very cool. All right, so let's watch the story. I call it Teacap Recipes Origin, aka Green Ogres Can't Cook. A little joke based a pun on White Men Can't Jump. And yeah, this good. Oh, in case you guys are wondering where I got the picture from, so here's the deal. I was 2 episodes into this series, and I'm like, man, you know what? I really want to add a picture. Oh, if only I could turn Lorne so he's green, right? Because green is a very traditional ogre color. And somebody, it might have been an Ember stream at the time, somebody jumped in and says, there are pictures of Lorne Green. I'm like, what? What? Did you just tell me that? I'm about to have an orgasm. They're like, it's in the dump.
Did you tell me there's pictures of Lorne Green? I'm about to bust a nut.
There's some video where Lorne had some sort of effect on him, and he's green. I contacted Ember. I says, I saw the video. I think I was already subscribed to the dump. So I saw the video. I'm like, is there any way you could get me a picture? She immediately came back and gave me that. So Ember is awesome. And this is awesome. I mean, look how much he doesn't look human. The teeth are green. The skin is green. It is awesome. There we go. There we go. Here we go. So here we are. Green Ogres Can't Cook. And I'll give you the behind the scenes as we progress. Once again, I have to rewind.
Hey there, boys and girls. Are you ready to learn about another member of the Church of God today? Yes, who?
This is Liquid Lord.
All right, let's go.
Why don't you have a seat?
In all the early videos, Chef would always start off with Chris Hansen's "Why don't you have a seat?" and then play the cool music.
Oh, I don't mind if I do. Once upon a time, in a land not far at all away from the evil ogre, the Lorne Lynn,
Maine, still Maine,
there was a very powerful sorcerer. He had the power to do just about anything he put his mind to. Just like you do, children. Except cooking. He stunk at cooking. This is because cooking is a special type of magic. Just like playing music is.
That's right. And I play music and I cook.
Ladies, did you hear that? Yep. Music and cook and comedy. Very dangerous combination.
Which I guess means I have 2 types of magic. I'm a badass.
So, the sorcerer decided to create a magical servant for himself to do all of his cooking. Creating a whole person would have taken too long and have taken up much too much of his power. So, the sorcerer just made a pair of magical arms and hands.
Hairy arms.
They were very hairy. Then, he gifted the arms with the power to speak. How do arms talk when they have no mouth, you may ask? Magic. The sorcerer.
Magic is always the answer for everything. That's why it's great writing fairy tales. Magic is always the Deus ex machina.
Gave the magical arms the name Liquid Lord, which sounds like a good Christian name to me. I mean, Christian name to me. Yes, well.
I'm so punny, aren't I?
Liquid Lord, which I will mostly refer to as LL from here on,
as I still
worked
do.
hard 3 times a day, making the sorcerer delicious meals fit for a king. I wonder if LL needed love.
Yes, reference to an LL Cool J song. I could not resist.
What was the secret ingredient that made everything taste so good?
White stuff.
Had to put that pure mother effing magic. Scarlet, are there too many hairs to count? I think that's safe to say.
And if you're looking at the tiny pee-pee dump or you've seen it before, not only are there too many gray hairs that are too brittle to count, but his balls are black. It looks like a dog's nose. I'm not joking. Look at the tiny pee-pee dump. I put the link in the chat. They are black balls.
Okay, way too many. Let me see. Have I missed anything else? I don't know. The Bowling Green Goblin. Oh, that's awesome. I love it. Here we go.
The cruel sorcerer was not appreciative, however, and kept LL in a cage all the time he was not cooking. Even floating arms want to be free children, and Liquid Lorne was very sad, living in a life of servitude. Now the sorcerer had an adorable little doggie that he called Tango. Tango was a sweet dog, so cute and playful, and nothing like the bug-eyed demon dogs that most chihuahuas are. No, sir. Unbeknownst to the sorcerer, Tango and LL were friends, as LL would always sneak treats to Tango and give her scratches and belly rubs. Aww. While all of this was happening, the evil ogre, the Lorne Lynn, had escaped the king's dungeon.
To Incarceration Island.
Oh no! He was back in his homeland, and he was hungry. He hadn't eaten a little girl in forever, and he couldn't wait to get his green hands on one. The word eaten is in quotation marks right there. I figured I'd tell you that.
Not really.
So, the ogre devised a plan.
So, a little background here. Euro says 6 likes, 2 dislikes. Get them up or start crimes. Euro, you got my back. Thanks, bro. I appreciate it very much. 16 viewers. Cool. Let me see. I got a lot of family from the up north. So, guys. So, this one was so hard to do because, again, I had no plot. So, I made up this sorcerer who created LL. But right around this time when I was struggling, Baked Salmon, if you guys remember at the beginning of this year, his channel got hit and went down. And his friend Kelp Pill, the sexy Kelp Pill, decided to post some of Salmon's videos on her. She didn't really have much on her channel. And Baked Salmon and Wes Mouse, my buddy, did a series.
Not his best friend, though, because Chef was his best friend. We were just buddies.
If you're familiar with Mystery Science Theater 3K, they would play Lorne's cooking videos and riff, as they say, over it and add funny commentary. And the one they did that was the funniest to me is when Lorne attempts to make his mom, the beautiful maid Gwendolyn's, chicken pot pie. And it was absolutely fucking hysterical. And there's one point where he's struggling so bad and he's attempting to stir because he can't cook for being, he sucks. And Salmon goes,
So I've got trivia for you. How many people trolled, catfished, and were replaced by Jorrun Comedy on YouTube? Can you guys think of anyone?
adding greens together and stir spastically. And that line was so funny, it just kept me laughing. And I thought, wait a minute. This is how I'm going to put Lauren into the story, right? Because right now there's no entry point to be star of the series. So I'm going to merge these two storylines, put them together, and I think it turned out real good. But yeah, so Lauren has escaped prison. He's back, and he's hungry. So how do I bring him into the story? Well, you are about to find out.
The village was having its annual cooking festival, where folks would come from all over the land to compete to win the big prize for having the best meal ever. The ogre knew that many people would be watching, and so too would their children be. The ogre decided he would join the contest and make human food. Now, ogres can't cook, and they surely can't make human food with any degree of success.
Definitely.
But the Lorelin was very full of himself, and he was sure he could do it anyway. He got himself a hat and ill-fitting shirt, both of which were very old and had been thrown away, and put them on.
If you see the video, and I suggest you do, Lauren is wearing a collared button shirt. Now, the point, children, of wearing a collared button shirt is to look presentable and dressy. This shirt, the collar is so rumpled, and it looks old, and it doesn't fit.
The shirt was brand new, according to Wine Lover, who didn't know. The shirt was brand new, she said.
And it's not tucked in. He looks, I believe the term Wes said is he looks like the maitre d' at a hobo's wedding.
I did. I said that so that Jorrun never had to say it. I said it for him. Just let the joke live, Jorrun.
And that line still kills me. You're definitely going to want to watch that video when I am done here. Scarlet says, chicken pot pie with essence of bin juice. Ew. You are psychic. Yeah, I agree. Here we go.
Tried to disguise himself as a human. The contest would start the very next day.
So I'm like, okay. So now I have an explanation about why Lauren has a cooking show. Lauren joins this cooking festival, and I get to throw in quotes from the video. It worked out well.
Back in the sorcerer's castle, the sorcerer slept away in the dead of night. Liquid Lauren lay quietly in his cage. Suddenly, Tango ran into the room. She had a key in her mouth. Good girl, Tango.
Tango is a hero. I said it.
She squeezed through the bars and dropped the key before LL. He grabbed the key and unlocked the door, opened it, grabbed Tango up, and they both made their escape together. They flew and flew through the night till it was the next day. They had traveled to a sort of festival. LL saw lots of people cooking. Then he saw a strange sight indeed. An ogre, wearing human clothes, was talking to the crowd.
Hello, everyone.
Said,
Hey, this is the first time I used a Lauren quote in the entire series, I think.
And that takes talent. It takes talent to go. You're an hour and 20 minutes into your Jorrun. Your Lauren fairy tales, and that was the first time you used an actual quote.
It's a special milestone.
Because he knew that Lauren wasn't going to get him, like any promotion on his channel. So he was only going to use the quotes from people whose dicks he wanted to bat around in the hopes that it would get him to 200 subs on his way to his 10,000 subscriber special.
trying its best to sound human.
I am going to make my mother's chicken pot pie, which is my favorite thing to eat.
The ogre lied, since ogres don't eat human food and they can't cook.
I have never done this before, but I have my mother's,
the fair maid Gwendolyn's,
recipe right here.
The ogre tried to read the recipe, which he had stolen from another contestant when she wasn't looking. But
He's
ogres
evil.
have bad eyesight and can't read very well to begin with.
They have bad eyesight. That's why when they go to a sting house and see a decoy who looks absolutely nothing like the one they've got pictures of, they don't recognize her and they go into the damn house.
Okay, again, guys, look in the tiny pee-pee dump. See the different woman that were able to trick Jorrun.
And they are stupid and ugly, and I hate them so much, and I swear to God, if I...
There's my trademark. I get very mad at Lauren and blow my top mid-video.
Although the kingdom had fresh, crisp vegetables of all kind, the ogre used veggies from a can. Salt.
Oh, I wish Roy was here. That was Roy Marasan. I was like, oh, Lauren, I heard Lauren made a pot pie. Was it good? He goes, no, it's disgusting. You use canned vegetables. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, you can't always get fresh, but man, you know what? You have a lot less health than frozen vegetables, and it's better for you. So, yeah.
You guys are probably thinking, yeah, how was Jorrun qualified to talk about healthy eating? The last I saw him, he wasn't looking so good. But you guys are probably thinking of a different. You're not thinking of this version of Jorrun, the man who went on a revolution, a soul revolution.
Hey, everybody. Is that on something? Is that coming up? Can you hear me? Yeah. Guitar sounds okay? Yeah. Well, I guess. If I could just have a little more guitar, please. In the month of February, I wrote 14 songs in 28 days. Thank you. And I'm going to be debuting 3 of them here tonight. Again, these have never been performed before. Still trying to memorize them, so please bear with me. This song is called Soul Revolution. Let's try that again. Soul revolution, it's the soul revolution. Soul revolution. Now that I'm out, I won't go back. All that I do is good and not sin. Breathing the air, open my eyes. Mountains burning, I start to climb. Soul revolution, it's the soul's revolution. Soul revolution, soul revolution. Used to be, I could not speak my mind. Back down on my tongue, time after time. Now when I speak, it's as a roar. Mind is free, my spirit soars. Soul revolution, it's my soul's revolution. Soul revolution, my soul's revolution. You can be free, you can be free. You can be free, you can be free. Ow, rise up now, your life is precious. Rise up now, it's not infinite. Lift up your head, can you see those stars? Of the same substance, that's what you are. Soul revolution, it's the soul revolution. Soul revolution.
Like, comment, subscribe, chat.
Danny's this nasty ball cap. Oh, yes. Scarlett, in Lauren's cooking videos, he always ruins the aesthetic of the outfit by wearing his Yes, yes, he does. Ugh. But in the original video, he keeps saying, I've never done this before. I'm like, wow, really being a professional there, Lauren. Yeah. No, I mean, if I did a cooking show and I know TCAP Recipe does this, you fucking rehearse first. You make sure there are no snags, and then you film the second one. Or whatever, you do a little something. You don't just go into the first time and...
I don't know, we ran through that apology several times in that final video. It was not the hit I was expecting. I thought I looked at his Q rating and I crunched some numbers and I thought it would be a resounding success, but it did not turn out that way.
It's not an experiment, although I understand he loves to experiment. TCAP.
July 3rd, 2020, Jorrun asked Mac and Cheese if she would like to do an experiment for him. A sexual experiment.
The Cap has been in dozens... Oh, I didn't realize that. Really? Well, I mean, why don't you... Hey, Katie Kev. Hey, brother. Just checking out some of my old videos. Doing a director's commentary. He makes me feel handsome. He makes us all feel handsome. I am a male model in comparison. Scarlett says, the stank from that cap and his headset would make the paint off the walls. Yes. TCAP, right. Frozen's really good. Good luck getting frozen peas and carrots, however. Peas. Indeed. See, TCAP is a professional. He prepares for weeks. Exactly. You don't leave anything up to chance. Fuck that. Rhoda, there's a lot he's never done before, such as kiss a lady as lovely as you. Absolutely. Off the Verge, I love Lauren's disclaimers about his cooking show possibly getting you sick. By the way, I've washed my hands. Then he immediately touches a garbage can and goes back to it. By the way, well, fucking wash them again. And the sink full of dirty dishes. Ugh.
Guys, Paris Hilton here all the way from Hollywood. And Paris Hilton said, that's not hot. Which, guys, that's a play on her famous catchphrase, that is pretty hot. I believe that's the catchphrase. Mike Shin used to say it a lot. But guys, Paris Hilton, if you're a fan of Paris Hilton or The Simple Life, the show from Fox with her and Lionel Richie's daughter, then please say hello to Paris. And that's not hot.
He is incapable of doing anything right. Anything. Oh, I've been busy. Well, fucking wash them. It's your set. You're trying to be a professional. You definitely want to get money. You definitely wanted to support yourself of your fucking... Clean your set, bitch. Okay. Some video statement. OJE, is that pronounced Oya? Oya, hello. Oh, Roy is still here. Roy, yeah, man, I still remember that conversation we had. You're like, it's disgusting canned vegetables. Oh, Roy, I'm just happy to have you, man. I appreciate it. TCAP has a month or so of content ready. Wow. And he can do stuff for... Sounds like you ain't kidding. All right. Thank you so much, OJE. That's become my trademark. I refer to it as my loud Latin laugh because that's absolutely what it is. Okay. Clean the set or don't film the dishes. Yeah, man. You have...
He's mentioned at least 3 trademarks in this first hour and 20 minutes alone. But his loud Latin laugh, that was something he was forcing in there. Just like if you ever watched Small Wonder, season 1 and 2, they really wanted, well, that makes sense to be a catchphrase. Bitch, stop trying to make catchphrases and let this shit happen on its own.
2 choices. It's not hard. All right. Here we go. Next part. Here's where the action kicks in. He shook his hand back and forth violently in a motion he called stirring. As Baked Salmon said, stirring spastically. It's hilarious, the visual.
The ogre clearly had no idea what he was doing.
I've never done this before.
Whined the ogre over and over again.
He keeps saying it in the damn video.
Soon all the people lost interest in watching him, wanting to find contestants with far more skill. Just then, the ogre hit pay dirt. A little girl looking all alone and confused, was clutching her teddy bear and sucking her thumb. She had a tiny golden crown on her head.
Yes, I literally made her a princess. I'm sorry to you all.
She had blonde hair and blue eyes. The ogre would love to eat her for sure. The ogre ran and grabbed her up in her arms. He would eat well tonight. Ho, ho, ho.
Yep, I literally made her as little as possible, sucking on her thumb. If that makes any of you cringe, that means you're a good person.
Well, I'm shivering now, which is a good thing. Again, just another one of those forced, like, why did you have to make her as young as possible? What does that have to do with the script? She's supposed to be a princess. Like, why wasn't at least Kayla's age? Why was she a little girl? You said you apologized for making her a princess when in the story she's a princess. That doesn't make any fucking sense. But then you made her as little as possible, sucking on her thumb. And then when you go back and you're looking at pictures of 7-year-olds in genie costumes, it makes all your bullshit about how that disgusts you and sickens you. It makes it really obvious what you really felt.
Absolutely.
Excuse me for a moment, shoulder. Okay, I'm okay, sorry.
So yeah, me vomiting at that thought, another very real visceral reaction. Let's see what's going on here. Scarlett, you're a very professional films video. Is this the first time I've done this? Yes, absolutely. Here we go. The epic meeting when two worlds collide. Sorry about that. Sorry.
The Lord Lynn was so excited to have a precious princess of his own that he wasn't looking where he was running and ran right into LL and Tango. Get out of my way, freak! Yelled the ogre, who should know a freak when he sees one.
Boom.
Which is every time he looks in a mirror. Well, LL might just be a pair of arms, but he had a strong sense of morality.
Honest, I just read you were rear-ended while listening to this. I hope you're okay. If you need anything, contact me or something. Let me know.
He was not going to let an ogre hurt a defenseless child.
Chef will not put up with that shit. Chef, let him know you're not going to put up with that shit.
Ella balled his hands into fists and punched that ogre right in the snoot. The ogre dropped the child and she ran away. Hooray! Ella hit the ogre again.
Another blow to lore.
And again.
Another blow to lore.
Tango bit the ogre on his warty ankle. Finish him.
Finish him. What is that from Mortal Kombat? Oh. So if you're familiar with TCAP recipes, one of the last lines always is another blow to Lauren when Lauren gets arrested.
No, it's funny that he mentioned that Chef wouldn't stand for people, like messing with kids or whatever. And, he talks during this whole thing about him and Chef being best friends. And maybe 2 days after Jorrun was exposed, Chef made this video that was released. It was the 4th video ever uploaded to Jorrun Comedy, because Blue Boy hadn't provided me the rest of the video. I didn't know he had them. I just had the 3 videos, and this was the 4th.
We have a lot to talk about. Why don't you have a seat?
I'm going to read what I wrote because that's the best way for me to organize my thoughts and really say what I mean.
I have the transcript.
I apologize to all the people in the TCAP community, and especially the women. I have behaved inappropriately with so many women in the community. I can't even remember them all.
At first, you seem like the Good Samaritan.
I apologize to all women on the internet over the years that propositioned. The sketches I did with Kelp Pill and Tiffany Lockhart were way too sexual, with me having them say very sexual things. I've taken those videos down.
What?
I apologize to Molly. I went to her video and commented on how her breasts were bouncing.
Now, why would you think that's appropriate?
I apologize to the great Babsby for the times I made her uncomfortable, trying to get face pics from her.
How often do you do this sort of thing?
I've been way too sexual on the live streams with people I call my friends, like Rotus Chew Tootsie, Erido, and Scarlet Ebony.
And then you say, do you trim your blank?
I apologize to anyone in my streams or anyone else's streams that I made feel dirty, objectified, or in any other way.
That raises an obvious question.
For most of my life, I've had a fetish for genies, harem girls, and belly dancers.
And this is just something you thunk up today.
If I saw a pic of a woman that was dressed that way, I'd fetishize them. I'd say very sexual things to them. 100% propositioning them.
What the fuck was
Some
that?
women told me off, others suffered in silence.
Is that all you do in your spare time?
I do the same thing on DeviantArt.
Ah,
Sexualizing
shit.
left and right.
Here we go again.
So many times I can't even count. For years.
You're one of those weirdos.
It's even worse than that. I've hit the like button on pics of little girls, children wearing the same types of outfits that turn me on.
Fucking idiot. Way too young for you. Yeah.
The person who was alerting people to my predatory behavior first in a video and then through emails was not a troll, but someone trying to blow the whistle on me.
Right. So yeah, so just so you guys know, TCAP Recipes was actually the first person to make content about Jorrun, and it was actually uploaded to Jorrun Comedy. He never took credit for it. He didn't take credit for it until like a year later. He didn't even want anyone to know he did it, but he made his commentary on what he thought about Jorrun and his apology. And so a lot of credit to him for that. And that's still up. You see what's uploaded on July 9th, 2020. His apology video came out on the 7th. So 2 days later, and this is the first content specifically made about Jorrun, and AMD was the first channel that was made specifically based off of Jorrun content. So those might be trivia questions.
And again,
Another blow to lore.
Tango bit the ogre on his warty ankle. Finish him.
Finish him. What is that from Mortal Kombat? Oh. So if you're familiar with TCAP Recipes, one of the last lines always is another blow to Lauren when Lauren gets arrested. And it always makes me laugh, so I put it in.
The Lauren Lynn ran away crying. And this time, his tears were for real. Are you crying, Lauren Lynn? Why are you crying?
I had to put the Ramona line in. Oh, it's so much fun.
The townspeople saw what happened, and they cheered for Liquid Lauren. Ella
Hooray.
was happy he was able to do such a noble deed that he decided to fix another wrong right away. He floated over to the ogre's table and read the recipe. He then made a pot pie.
Fixed a little bit different way.
It was delicious. He won the contest.
So to let you guys know, yeah, TCAP did the chicken pot pie on his channel. Some of you may not know, I actually made that very same recipe based on LL's video, and it came out delicious. I'm here to tell you, I really did. Oh, Brother Kev, you also made the pot pie. There you go. A second opinion. It was really good. Cool, cool, cool. Let me see. Euro's got wine coming from Amazon? Really? They do?
Paris Hilton, that doesn't make sense. You know, it probably will make sense. Paris Hilton, if you like singing and dancing, now, you know, it's no secret. I've seen my share of demo reels, like just doing basic casting. And normally when people add dancing to their reel, it does not look anything like this. But Jorrun's brother, actor, singer, dancer, maybe he'll dance and sing at the same time. Right?
Do that? Enjoy, man. That's pretty fucking cool. OJ, oh hey, mac and cheese already. Nice. All right. Euro doing a little promotion. Sub to his channel. By all means, do that. After you like this video and subscribe.
You want to leave a comment? That also helps. All right, here we go.
Telling you, children, fresh vegetables make all the difference.
It does.
As a reward for saving the child and winning the contest, the wise king granted LL a piece of land with a small cottage on it, where he and Tango could live happily for the rest of their lives.
Hooray!
Oh my god.
Well, that about wraps it up for this story. What? Oh, I get it. You're expecting me to make fun of Tiffany, huh? Nope.
My trademark.
I am not becoming predictable. No one is saying that S word that she says in this episode. No one.
His trademarks are a fake laugh, fake doxing people, making fun of Tiffany Lockhart, and stealing Clobber's bits. And and Bap's Lauren, her Lauren impersonation.
No, because Debbie doesn't sound like that.
No, Debbie sounds exactly like that. The end. Join me next time when I teach you about another member of the Church of Cod.
Bye, sweethearts.
Okay, guys, that was the final video. That's the whole series. I would like to ask you guys a question. So I did those 4. Would you guys like another installment? Bring this series back. It's been a while since I've done it. I mean, I've done a lot of stuff. Wow, this is February. So almost 4 months since I've done it. And if so, who should I do an episode about? Or even better, a specific event. Event is easier because obviously there's a story. If you want me to bring back the series, I'll strongly consider it. If you can mention someone and I like it, much better chance of it happening. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this. It was so much fun hanging out. This definitely wouldn't have worked without you guys here. Yeah. Let me see. You guys are talking amongst yourself. Very cool. Danny says, a few of my long-ass streams on my channel, record breaker, 14.5 hours. Woo! Yeah. I've done some streams with Danny. Actually, my 2 main partners are here. I've streamed a couple times with Danny, a couple times with TCAP on my channel. The 3rd person I've done this with is Kennedy. You don't be surprised if I do that again. Danny votes yes. LL votes yes. Suggestions would be cool. Guys, at one point I thought of doing one about based shaman. I didn't do that for a couple reasons. He's definitely supportive of Betty and he's supportive of Clobber, but he's kind of not in the community. And at the same time, I don't know if he'd personally be interested. He's tangentially a member. So I am a little...
Be interested in what? If you're just using clips of things, he didn't know if he'd be interested in promoting it. So that's why he didn't want to make it. Because why not make it about Bay Shaman? There's clips that you could use and cut up into a story. But if he wasn't going to promote it, he had no interest in doing it.
Stymied as to which one I would do next, but I appreciate you guys saying that. Euro says, please do. Ooh, a video about ex-Derek. Ooh. That's a good idea. Now, we don't know a lot, so I'd have to create a lot, but ooh, that's a damn good idea.
He sounds like Mr. Poopy Butthole, doesn't he? Ooh, wee.
Scarlett could collaborate with you. Well, I'm always interested in whatever my number 1 Scarlett Ebony is doing. I don't know exactly how we could collaborate because she doesn't use her voice or face, but that's cool. Oh, Johnny, Ramona seeing the doctor naked. Oh, that might be the way to go. That is a damn cool idea, Johnny. Thank you. Oh, that is a story. Woo. That is pretty cool. Euro says, do other predators? Possibly. Me, Chef, and Jorrun need our own chat analysis. I bet we could finish Fanner. That's safe money. I would bet honest, not against us. Yeah, fuck yeah. Me, Danny, and Chef. I have chemistry with both of y'all. I don't know if you guys have done stuff together. Well, you did Heisenberg White together, and you sound pretty good. Excuse me. Rhoda says, Space Shaman is turban. He needs to be a djinn. Yeah. Well, I already have a genie, as you know. Her name is Tiffany Lockhart. Jace says, reach out to Base Shaman. Thank you. Cool. Scarlet hates her voice. Yeah. Hey, Orange. What's up, man? Good to see ya.
Yeah. You hate your voice. I'll be the one to tell you if your voice is any good or not. And also send me a picture of your face because, like Jordan says, all women are. What did he say? All women are assumed sexy until Jordan proves otherwise.
Ooh, make Tiffany sing like Marilyn Monroe. I believe she doesn't like her voice, but that's pretty cool. Orange is Lorne Armstrong and Savior. Pretty cool. So, guys, I think in the future I will do another one of these director's commentaries where I'll do my series. I am going to do at least, actually, probably two. At least one or two other Jorrun's Theater of My Mind. That's another flagship. So at some point, I will do another director's commentary, and I might have some of my co-stars on. I think they'd be cool with that. And then we have kind of a buddy thing going. But I have a few series now. I've got the Sex Tips with Dan. I have my original songs, my original comedy songs. Some Lauren related, some not. I have a lot of different ideas. I can do video editing now, so my stuff is going to transition from mostly audio to having some actual video editing. Not Scarlet Ebony quality, not right now, not Raptor Bacon, but it's coming. It is really coming. Thank you all for hanging out, man.
Then he got a green screen, put on a green shirt, played guitar and swayed around while raindrops were just all over the fucking place. Almost Raptor Bacon. Just get a greener shirt and then maybe you'll be there.
He had fun. Danny says Shaman is our king, but he's been taken by the Starship Lockjaw. Yes, he's gone on to greener pastures, perhaps more important things, depending on how you look at it. Let me see. Base Shaman's gone too big like Mr. Gigi. Yeah, maybe. Rhoda doesn't like mine either. Oh, I wonder if Rhoda has a cute accent. I wonder. I always get is your mommy. Oh, you get a little girl voice, Rhoda. Interesting.
Ooh-wee! You've got a little girl voice, Rhoda. ... Interesting. I mean, now put that with when Kennedy is telling her story about going to see where Lauren lived in Memphis, and she goes, yeah, we were teenagers. And he goes, oh, well, now the story's getting interesting. That's not a coincidence.
We need a filthy harlot Michelle Simpson to make... Interesting. Anything in particular you guys want to discuss before I wrap this up? We're at an hour and a half. Not bad. Thank you all for joining me. You all are my precious princess. I hope you found this interesting. I always find behind-the-scenes stuff interesting. I'm not acting like my stuff is like Shakespeare or any fucking thing like that, but it's good. I like it. I know it's made people laugh. I like breaking it down. So if you want to hear my stuff uninterrupted, by all means, toss some views. I'm not going to stop you. Hell no, I need the comments. I'm new. Oh, thank you. So this is unofficially, I'm so professional. This is unofficially my 50th video celebration. Woo! Not counting my live streams. I have 50 videos. Woo! Started right around the first of the year. And I have 150 subscribers. Thank you so much for being part of that. Means a lot to me, a whole lot. I have had so much fun with this. I got so much stuff coming. I got like 9 days of freedom before I go back to my day job. I'm going to crank out more stuff. I got a few more ideas. Oh, I got another behind the scenes coming, that series. if you haven't commented or liked my latest video, Sex Armstrong style from the Jorrun After Dark, please give me a like. Got a bunch of dislikes. It was suggested.
Not sure why you guys didn't like it. It got me hard.
By my brother Kev, Katie Kev, that Cornville Mafia finally may have discarded me. I might be on their radar. But I would like that to get more upvotes, more comments. It really helps.
See, so thank you, Katie Kev, for first planting that seed, because he came to me with that. And I was able to make him think not only was it the Cornville Mafia, but it was probably more likely it was Vince it was Vince the boogeyman, the Italian scoundrel Vince Nicotra, who he did serve. He did take the task twice in a sizzling hot roast.
You know, I am trying to make something. I got the Streamlabs. I don't know if anyone donated today. Maybe not. Whatever. I did great last time. I do this because I love you. Euro, we love you, Jorrun. I love you too, Mike.
So if this is the stream where I think Michael Mendoza makes a $5 donation at the end, Clobber and I were here, and we were like, please no donations, because we didn't want him to get a single donation unless Kennedy was on with him, because what we were hoping is that they would, I was really looking for a D. Reynolds, Dennis Reynolds situation where this was just a regular thing. But I kept pushing, and he finally told me that he didn't like streaming with her, and he didn't understand why anyone liked it or why he got any donations. I was like, well, it's not for you to decide why people like it, but if that's the only way you're successful, you need to stick with what's working.
English, brother. Absolutely. Oh, hey, I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Until next time, thanks so much for coming. Orange Clock, Lauren is a virgin, and he always will be. Absolutely. When will I work with Kennedy again? I'm not sure. Hopefully soon. I haven't been much in touch with her. She is great. Let me see. 13 female.
13 female. Matango, he didn't like it because he wasn't in control of the stream, and also she talked over. She outshined him. Just the same reason he didn't like being on with TLI during that that stream with Clobber. You know, like any time, like when he was on with Burkett, he kept saying, can I say something now? He's a real awkward guy, and so he's on there with her, and she's just stepping over everything she says, and she's going on about yeah boys and ye boys and yo ho boys, and so he didn't like that at all. But so I kept working at it and trying to get him to do just a second stream, and they finally did. But then I said she didn't show up because she said she was going to be 15 minutes late, and he didn't want to do it in the first place. He was only doing it because I wouldn't shut up about it, and so he just had Chef on and never let her join the stream. And made no money. So he had made $2 the first stream, $80 the Kennedy stream, and then there was one stream where he made $5 at the very end, and it might have been this one.
No way, no way. Happy 50th. Thank you. It's a real milestone. And getting 150 subscribers it's all happened so fast, man. I mean, this quarantine has been amazing growth for me and my singing channel. I so appreciate it. A shaman story could be about Starship. That's cool.
This man so appreciates COVID because it helped his channels grow.
Lauren could be a stand comedian. All you have to do is stand there. Yes, I point and laugh and go, ha, he's so ugly. Definitely. Rhoda giving me the kisses, the rose, ooh, and fire. Fire. Yeah. Awesome. You were going nuclear? I'm trying, Brad. I am trying. Let me see. You got my Skype and my Discord if you ever need. Danny, precious little sister, Midwestern, I always need you. We'll do more. Oh, a donation.
Michael donated $5.
Michael's
donated.
here.
Just made it.
Michael. Michael was super generous last time.
All right, so maybe it wasn't Michael Mendoza, but Clobber and I both went, fuck, at the same time when that happened.
Mike, you. Blah, blah, blah. Michael, you made it right under the wire, man. Thank you so much. Katie says, bye, sweethearts. Okay, guys. I think that's everything I want to say. I always try to say something uplifting and positive and from the heart. It's become a new trademark. I will say it again. Make content if you
Another trademark, this time speaking from the heart.
want to. If you're shy, if you want to talk over calls, give your unique spin, do that. If you want to read the pornography, do that. If you want to do original songs like I do that. If you have some, especially if you have an angle, someone hasn't done that before, do it, man. I'll probably subscribe. I'll let you know if it's good. For sure. Everything is good. And I'm going to take off an hour 40. Not bad. I didn't think this would go 2 hours. That's pretty good. Danny says it right. Make.content! Exclamation. Absolutely. All right,
I think Danny was just summing it up for me. She's like, asshole, just say make content. Enough with the inspirational speech radio.
Have a good one. Bye, sweethearts. I'll catch you around the dial. Mwah. Rose kiss smiley.
Guys, you know, and I'm actually inspired to inspire someone myself. And so I say to Jorrun's brother, if you want to be an actor, be an actor. If you want to be a dancer, be a dancer. If you want to be a singer, be a singer. And if you want to make a scene about both blowing or snorting and smoking cocaine, then I say you just fucking do it.
You all right? Yeah. Zoot. Let me see that. Give me a light.
I mean, right? That's good shit. Guys, I'm gonna be right back so that we can get started on the AMD chat log. And I only have 3 hours until I'm joining the cookout, so I'm definitely gonna have to finish that one because that recording in itself is 4 hours. But before I get going there, guys, I was talking to Veronica Vexi, and you know, sometimes people like Jorrun, they have problems, and what those problems are, they're problems that only hot people understand, and Double Take is going to teach us what those are. I'll be back.
Look at me and tell me the truth. What do you do when people don't know what we go through? They see my blonde hair, blue eyes, and class, but they don't know I have a really big heart.
Don't get me wrong, I know that I'm hot, but textbook perfection really takes a lot. Weird guys call my phone, and girls call me names, but like Miley said, I can't be tamed.
Hot girls, we have problems too. We're just like you, except we're hot. The world needs to open their eyes and realize we're not perfect and sometimes we lie.
I got the look, I got the butt, but those things don't make me a boys call me stuck up, girls say I'm conceited. on behalf of all hot girls, those comments aren't needed.
Just cause I'm pretty, I have to be dumb. I don't care about wits, I just wanna have fun. People start rumors and say things about me. Funny thing is, I didn't go to that party. Hot girls, we have problems too. We're just like you, except we're hot, 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 hot. The world needs to open their eyes and realize we're not perfect, and sometimes we hot girls, we have problems too. We're just like you, except we're hot, 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 hot. The world needs to open their eyes and realize we're not perfect, and sometimes we lie.
Why oh why can't you see? You all are just like me. We make mistakes and get in trouble. Now you know our hot girl struggle.
Hot girls, we have problems too. We're just like you, except we're hot, 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 hot. The world needs to open their eyes and realize we're not perfect, and sometimes we hot girls, we have problems too. We're just like you, except we're hot, 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 hot. The world needs to open their eyes and realize we're not perfect, and sometimes we lie.
Just kidding, we're perfect.
Yeah, so who understands the struggles of being hot more than Jorrun, hotter than Heisenberg comedy? But he did have problems. He had 99 problems, and a bitch definitely was not one. So, guys, now we're going to move on to the Jorrun Comedy Westmost chat log. My first time doing a solo listen to this. And if Good and You Guru Lifestyle, Good and You Lifestyle Guru put together a steer music collection. And if you're in the chat, if it's okay if I play that later, if you guys haven't seen that yet, it's good shit. So, check that out on Guru's channel, or if I can play that later, I will play that sometime during this 4-hour monstrosity, as well as some more hits from Jorrun's bros. So let's continue on, guys.
So now that we have finished the mac and cheese Jorrun Comedy chat log here at the Alpha Mel Derek Research Department, we've set our sights on the Westmost Jorrun Comedy chat log. And we're going to be sharing that with you folks today, courtesy of Westmost. Thank you, by the way. This shows a really interesting side of Jorrun. So I'm going to be Jorrun for this conversation. An adult girl is going to be Wes. She's going to play the role of Westmost here. And we're gonna give you the old play-by-play smiley face waving. This is on Sunday, May 10th, 2020, by the way.
And about a week later, Sunday, May 23rd, 2020, Wes responds, "Hey Jorrun, have you ever thought about doing a stream with Kennedy? I will promote it on my Twitter if you do. I think you guys will work together well because you're similar but contrasting styles, kind of like Baked and myself."
Wes had already been made aware of what Jorrun was up to. We're not going to see genuine Westmost in this conversation.
Wes, at this point, has already been approached by several members of the community expressing their concerns and their complaints about Jorrun's behavior so far. So they are already planning something. And that's probably why we see a little bit of a gap between the initial contact Jorrun makes with Wes and then Wes responding about 13 days later after this. So almost 2 weeks.
And with it being an offer of something no less.
This has been prefaced before in some of the Jorrun apology calls featuring Wes. I believe like the 4th call where he's being, quote, a bit of a troll. So if that's not your thing, you're going to see a similar type of behavior where Wes isn't being mean to him in the least, but he's encouraging him in Jorrun's own language.
Yeah.
So he's just working within Jorrun's twisted little universe.
Yeah, the Jorrun parameters. The one thing that I also wanted to add is it's because Wes was already made aware of Jorrun's behavior. I think that's also why we see him come back not only a week later, but with an offer that's beneficial to Jorrun just off the bat. And Jorrun doesn't seem too suspect of that. Hey, bro, I've heard next to nothing by her. I appreciate you wanting to promote me, though. What gave you this idea?
This is really funny.
That was a really good question. Like, I mean, Jorrun actually asked, like, why would you just reach out to me and offer me something? I wasn't prepared for that. But the good thing about doing this in Skype is I didn't have to come up with an answer off the top of my head, like when Kennedy's like, so if you knew he was horrible, why did you have me stream with him? Well, because you're immense power. He's no match for you. You're from the South.
It was just out of the kindness of his heart. He was just a Jorrun fan. He was like, I really dig what this guy's doing. This Jorrun comedy guy. He's on some fire shit.
To talk about what Jorrun just said, you can see his elitism already starting to come out. Oh, I have no idea who this person is. That's right. They may sink my ship here. How am I supposed to validate their ability to perform? Are they on my level? You know, he doesn't want somebody to.
He didn't want to scrub.
Yeah, he doesn't. You know, and he's very dismissive, and it's kind of cold. You know, I appreciate you wanting to promote me, though. Adding though at the end implies that he's rejecting this offer. Like, thanks.
That is a rejection,
but
I would say.
And
I
then,
wonder, do you think that right here Jorrun suspects anything that is fishy?
Yeah, I think he feels suspicious because it just seems so out of the blue, and he's kind of guarded with this. And then he goes, what gave you that idea? Because Jorrun is such a master strategist that he, instead of playing into the game to see where it takes him, he immediately is like, what's going on? What gave you this idea?
He just lays the cards right on the table, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a real dummy. He doesn't know how to properly manipulate people at all.
All right. Appreciate it a lot, bro. Don't be surprised if I give you a date. I'm gonna do it. Are you chasing anyone in the community right now? You mentioned many syllables, LOL.
Chasing? What do you mean?
Just having a romantic interest in anyone in general. I say this as a guy who flirts with every woman who isn't married. I'm pretty sure, Jorrun, you flirted with.
I mean, we were minutes into the very first conversation we've ever had. I didn't even remember him being on that Andy Burkett stream with me. So this is our first actual interaction, and he wants to know who I'm chasing in the community of people going after predators. Who am I chasing in the community? And chasing, like chasing
women who are married as well, but I digress.
Yeah, women who were married, had children, you know, were perhaps in committed relationships, but did not publicly say so because it's nobody's business.
Well, I would also say women with non-public relationships,
right?
In addition to marriages.
And he thinks that by mentioning a female, that means that male is hereby interested in her by proxy of that statement, no matter how platonic that relationship is. Because he thinks that any interpersonal relationship between a man and a woman, unless there's a barrier of marriage preventing them, it is going to become romantic at some point, if not already.
That's a good point. I believe the next line is yours.
Did you see how the last two worked out? I was arrested twice for stalking.
One was arrested.
Sorry. I can't.
No, Wes was arrested for stalking twice. I'm not sure if you guys were aware of this or not. Breaking news. Wes Most arrested twice for stalking.
One was arrested twice for stalking me, and the other accused me of trafficking and domestic violence.
Yeah, so he's asked me who I'm chasing when the only thing he knew about me was my content with Crystal Metheny, because he commented on that video and the Muse video. So I assume he at least knew. So why would he assume I'm just chasing after people in the community? It shit doesn't work out, George. Shit doesn't work out too well for me.
I'm good on dating. Do you have a thing for Minnie? She has done some art for my channel, but I have no idea what she looks like or anything.
I honestly, I'm going to try to do a Jorrun, but it's going to sound like a Lauren. I honestly flirt with all the ladies equally. He doesn't discriminate, but don't have anyone I'm going after. I saw a pic of Minnie. She was pretty, with green eyes. She told me she was much heavier in person. LOL, I have no long-term luck with women, although I'm sticking with my credo. All women are crazy. You need to find the type of crazy you can fall in love with.
Oh boy.
How do you like that reading, by the way?
I kind of like it.
Does it work?
I think it might work. I would play into the whole like East Coast accent a little more.
What do you guys think? Do you think that works as a Jorrun voice from this point forward? I can accept that if you can. All right, so yeah, there's a couple of things immediately out of the gate that's wonky here.
I have no long-term luck with women. That could just be him kind of answering back to Wes, talking about how his experiences with women in the last.
And Mini Syllables just told him that she'd sent him a recent. I don't remember why, or it was on her Skype or something. But he saw it and he asked her about it, and she got creeped out. She's like, "Oh, that's a much older picture of me. I'm way heavier now." But it was a recent picture. But she recognized that he was just like a weird dude. I mean, no one knew what he was really up to, but she recognized he was just a weird dude, and she wanted to keep him away. But he immediately wanted to bring that to me, as like he wanted to gossip. He wanted to gab with me about women in the community. How alpha.
6 months or 8 months, 9 months, however long this timeline has been. I think it's actually 6 months. He's trying to, build a rapport with him by saying like, "Oh, you had bad luck. I never have good luck either.
I'm 48 years old."
But following a statement where you're talking about how a woman describes herself in a rather vulnerable way, it comes off as kind of like piggish.
Oh, it's really sleazy.
Yes, really gross.
Like to add that part, like just stop at "she was pretty with green eyes." Like as generic as that is, just stop there. There was no need to add anything to that, and doing so just makes him look like a scuzzball.
Yeah. If you wanted to comment on how you likewise don't have very good luck with women, you should start building a full paragraph, not like a long one, but you want to distinguish it from the previous thought. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Those are two separate ideas,
Exactly.
but you put them together in the same fucking paragraph. So now they're forever together, and it makes you look like a fucking asshole, but you already are. So,
and I think that subconsciously, there's probably a reason for him not making that its own little paragraph.
Yeah. And this credo thing,
The old Jorrun motto.
yeah, Jorrun is trying to give some sort of like advice to Wes.
All women are crazy.
Yeah, I feel you on that. Is there anyone you flirt with more?
Can you talk in a more black voice?
No, I'm not talking like a black person.
It's actually racist not to talk like a black person when asked to do so. So, good job, adult girl. That's a racism.
I'm sorry, I can't pull it off without.
Can you try for the next line?
No.
Just try it. Try it, and I'll let everybody know that I made you do it.
No.
It doesn't have to be good.
No, it's not that. It's inappropriate. I don't need to.
I would have loved to hear adult girl do my voice, but again, this was like really early on in their channel, so they also didn't know like if I'd be cool with it. They weren't gonna just assume like Jorrun, like, that they could just like fuck with me, and that like, you know how Clobber's a piece of shit and says a lot of shitty things about me because he's jealous. They didn't know if they'd be able to do the same thing. So I mean, I get it, but it would have been funny.
I can't keep up with the long line of men throwing themselves at Tiff. LOL. Let me know if you want me to be on one of your videos. I'd be honored. You never saw my lawn roast, did you? I hit Nicoltra twice. One when mentioning Shin, the other time when mentioning you.
Well, you never saw my lawn roast, did you? That's really great. That's like he's trying to plug part of a resume there. Like he's like, you need to really see this because I totally flattered you by, you know, insulting Vincent Nicotra. He's trying so hard.
He stays hustling those videos, man. He was even doing it with mac and cheese, and it was like a video where he was talking sexual with another woman, sending it to this prospective future, you know, whatever you want to call it, and then asking how, on a scale from 1 to 10, how much it turned them on. There's the Tiff line too, the long line of men throwing themselves at Tiff. Like,
he's trying to get his turn in that line.
Exactly. That's what. Yeah. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. I just couldn't articulate it well.
Take a number, pal.
And he feels like he's done enough, I'm sure, at this point to get ahead in line a little bit.
It's like a bunch of salmon swimming upstream.
Yeah, and he's just trying to skip ahead by a few.
Yeah, he's trying to bypass that. Like, oh, you got the in with Tiffany? Oh, I know everyone loves Tiffany because of that damn voice. If I was gonna flirt with any
damn voice.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I kind of like my West voice. We might have to switch here.
Actually, maybe we should.
Oh, I know.
No, you can't be that racist. Come on.
That's not racist.
So he sent that to me while they were making it, and he's like, "Hey, like, I want to ask, like, you seem like pretty cool, like but I want to ask you if you think this is offensive, because we were just messing around, and like, if you don't want me to, I won't add it, but what do you think of this?" And I told him I thought this shit was, I wanted him to do the whole thing like that, because I thought it would have been funny, but I guess other people could have been offended by it. But I personally would have loved to hear him read the voice just like that for the whole thing.
Oh, I know everyone loves Tiffany because of that damn voice. If I was going to flirt with anyone, it would be Babs. I did not see the Lorne roast.
Really?
I don't even remember just telling about, right, hey, I'm contacting you because I think you and Kennedy would be great together. No, I haven't seen your content.
Why?
I have not had time to check it a lot out because of my workload with my job and the trafficking stuff.
Yeah, you know, my job and the whole being accused of human trafficking thing.
Almost being arrested. Yeah.
Just, you know, everyday minimal shit, but it's
Yeah.
enough to keep me busy.
Being psychologically and financially preyed upon by a leech.
Though West has managed to catch a few streams despite all that, so, you know, you got to give the man points.
Yeah.
I can imagine those crazy ladies have kept you busy. I appreciate you being in my streams. but check out my roasts. You'll like how I hit Vince.
And this is like him with Stephanie and the Cool Cat interviews that he kept trying to push. Like, I'm telling him how busy I am, how I've got like real shit going on, and he still really needs me to see the roast, not just because he wants the view, or he was hoping like I'll tweet it or I'll send it out to people. I'll be like, holy shit, you guys have to watch how this new guy takes Nicotra to task twice.
What a unsympathetic little fuck.
He's like, I don't give a fuck about what you're going through, Wes. Check out my roast. Didn't you read the first exchange there? It didn't have anything to do with what you're going through. It has to do with my roast, and I need you to go watch it.
Yeah.
So, please.
Jorrun would probably give $1 million to be in Wes's position, where he has an ex who's stalking him. And
oh God, it'd be so flattering.
Yeah, he would love to have that type of female attention, no matter how negative and toxic it is.
No matter how much it fucks up his life, he would love it just because he's that fucked up himself. Where are we at?
I don't know. I'm gonna start hitting you with this microphone.
He keeps talking about Vince, like he's like, I'm one of your soldiers, Wes. I'm on the front lines for you, Wes.
I'm one of your soldiers, Wes.
I got your back, homie.
Yeah, look at these hits I got in on them.
I got
Aren't they good?
I got some real good hits in on
Validate
Vince.
me. My dad didn't love me enough.
I never knew my father.
My dad said I was too much of a wimp.
Actually, he probably knew his father, but we have theorized that Jorrun comes from a strict Christian upbringing.
Strict Jehovah Witness upbringing. He was the only son of his mother, and his father had other children. He was his father's fifth, and so he's the final. Then there's a decent, significant age gap between him, the youngest and the oldest, but I think it was Crime Watch Bailey, maybe, who said that by the time when you have 5 Jorruns, like you're gonna check out at some point. I mean, like Mom even dropped him on his head, it impacted him so greatly. It's like part of his comedy routine and pickup lines
that he fell from in his early to mid 20s.
In reflection, I know that it can't be too strict because he talks about songs from his childhood. And if he were in a really strict Christian upbringing, he would not have been exposed to some of those songs.
That's fair.
Motherfucker. Well, what I was trying to say is that some of the songs that he was talking about from his childhood aren't rock songs, but they are songs from the 80s. A lot of fairly strict Christian households will not listen to certain radio stations because it doesn't have approved themes for their religious practice, and they just don't want to take that risk of exposing their children to these outside ideas or anything that conflicts with their belief systems. So I don't think it was that strict, but I do believe there was at least one overbearing person in that household that was a parental figure. This is really funny because Wes has already picked up on Jorrun being slightly suspicious of his offer.
Well, sure, and I'm pretty sure Wes went in knowing that he would have to play it somewhat cool or circumvent some defense mechanisms or techniques that Jorrun might have in place.
I don't know. I have had some interesting interactions with fans as my channel grows. I get so many nudes DM'd to me on Twitter. It's crazy.
Holy shit. So that's why people have a Twitter account. Oh, holy shit. That's actually exactly what Jorrun said. I didn't even read that. Okay, great. I'm just like Jorrun. Holy shit. Are you a handsome man? Hold on, let me read that like Jorrun. Holy shit. Ah! Are you a handsome man? Do they want the BBC?
And that was a crazy ass question. And I immediately went to Clobber and said, look what this fucking guy just said. Because I don't even know how to reply. How do you even reply to something like that? What kind of question is that? That's so fucking weird. In my entire life, no one has asked me that before or since.
All your voices sound like old people. Are you a handsome man?
Are you a handsome man? Do they want the BBC?
That sounded very simpering.
Yeah. Do they want the BBC?
Dude, why don't you just assume that Wes is a good-looking man? Or you could just assume that charisma can go a long way, you know, and that not all people are shallow dicks like you are,
Yeah,
Jorrun.
who cares? Who cares?
Especially you, Jorrun.
Yeah. What if Wes isn't a handsome man? He can be hideous and we'll still love him. It's fine.
They have no idea what I've looked like. They don't care about that. I'm a public figure.
I wonder if this is where Jorrun got the public figure shit from later on, because he parrots so many people's lines. And he did say, I want to go back to being a private citizen at some point, as though he had been like this major public figure for so long, and he just wanted it to. He was gonna retire like Johnny Carson style, but I wonder if this is the genesis of his whole public figure / private citizen. I think I have a lot to learn.
That was the latest Friday morning. Someone wishing me good luck for court.
So somewhere in there, Wes must have posted an image of a female fan, a female groupie that was that was giving him a send off before court.
This picture was sent from someone who this person who sent the picture would later themselves troll catfish Jorrun as Ramona a year later. So that's kind of a funny little coincidence. So when Jorrun would say breets are so relaxing, when he saw the picture of said female a year later, he would be trying to get breets from Ramona himself.
Is this?
The next line.
What the fuck? What the fuck? He doesn't even bother to correct himself. It's so weird. Breeds are so right. He could be talking about anything.
I know that this is a common joke, and I'm wondering if other people have seen this or if he's done the same typo somewhere else too. But
No, I think it's all for this.
It's probably all from this. I wasn't expecting it to show up so soon.
No, like I said, I skimmed portions of this, but I saved a lot of it just so I could experience it in real time. Breeds are so relaxing, aren't they? So what the fuck is he talking about? Breeds.
And like it's really not funny because he just left one letter out. But for whatever reason, breets are so relaxing, aren't they? It's such a weird fucking line that I knew. Like I went and I said, Clobber, this from now on they're breets, and we started calling them breets even before the chat log was released. We would be talking about breets, and then if you guys ever watch Sesame Street, I don't know if you remember when Elmo was talking about breets.
Breeds are so relaxing.
Even Elmo agreed that breets are relaxing.
They're so relaxing. They're just so relaxing.
Nice supple breeds.
Yeah.
I don't reply to them. Just saying, don't disregard everyone as trolling. Your channel's growing, you will attract fans, and some of them will want to use you sexually, like a piece of meat.
So the weird part about piece of meat is also the verbiage that Mac and Cheese used in their kill shot.
Yes.
And it's interesting that Jorrun didn't really seem to pick up on this because he immediately went running to Wes about the mac and cheese situation when shit hit the fan.
It should have been an immediate tell there because that was a very specific word. And it's put between two ellipses. So it's kind of highlighted there in the, because it's a sentence fragment. And
But this was May, so Jorrun didn't recall this when it was said back to him by Mac and Cheese, but he did recall it enough to include it in his apology. So it stuck with him. He just couldn't attribute it to me because Mac and Cheese also used it.
he even uses that phrase in his apology too. Like it stuck with him.
Yeah, it did. It really did. So yeah, you go ahead. I know that it's your part. I just want to talk about that piece of meat line because that was interesting. That because like I was saying in the previous series, his apology is just cobbled together shit that he's heard other people say, and he's just sort of glued it together with these empty Hallmark platitudes. It's ridiculous and hilarious.
Also, by the I don't reply to them, Wes is implying like they boys together and they don't.
We boys.
This is so reminiscent of Dan and Lauren right now.
Wes, we boys.
And he's like saying like, I don't reply to them, I don't respond to everybody who just puts boobies in my inbox.
I wanted to give him a tiny tinge of jealousy. No, I really did go in hard on that. I mean, you could hear from those donations on Clobber's channel. If you didn't hear those, I will be playing those again today, and I'm sure throughout JORRULY. But at this point, I knew who Jorrun was. I knew he was like creepy and that he was soft doxing people. He was always wanting to talk to the woman. So I had to create a fantasy world for him where once you became a certain level of YouTuber, it's groupies. It's groupie central. It's basically like being a rock star. And he should expect that. He should definitely expect that.
Can you imagine the kind of shit Clava probably gets sent to him?
What? Oh my God. What does he think is going on? I really would love to be in Jorrun's head for like 3 minutes just so I could get an idea of how he views having a YouTube channel and or a Twitter account and a reasonable following.
I like this particular sentence because we have like some world building going on right now.
Wes is doing world building.
He is.
That's great.
He's building this wonderful.
With every catfish, I do world building. Look at the Stephanie and Jorrun chat log. You have to do world building for him to find it believable. He writes a lot of bullshit fan fiction, so like he would appreciate the world building.
Little playground for Jorrun to scamper in happily on the internet
with boobies.
He's like, okay,
breeds.
I don't respond to all of them, but not all these people are going to be trolls, so you need to give some of them a chance. And he flatters him by
he was ignoring Baps. He was ignoring number one Jorrun fan. And that was upsetting me because I was so excited about this catfish that Baps had come up with, and she had a really funny idea. She had a good backstory, but he must have been catfished before somewhere else, and so he was pretty jaded because like as eager as he was also like really apprehensive. Like something had happened before that he needed to be aware of. And guys, I found something pretty good. This is a dramatic scene, and it's called, I think it's called "Where's My Money, Bitch?" And it's actually a two-parter, but we're going to play the first part now, and you watch till the end because it does end pretty dramatically.
Hey, hey. How's it going? How's it going?
It's good, it's all right.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Excuse my hand. I'm doing fine.
Okay, okay.
So, what's happening?
Hey, I'm just keeping busy here.
Yeah, and what about the money now? I don't mean to be pressing it, but you know, I came here for the money. I've called your place a few times, and I don't seem to be getting answers, and you don't seem to be returning back any of my calls. So I figured I'd just come down here. I just figured.
George, I didn't know you've been calling here.
I mean, what do you think? I mean,
I've been so busy with the store, you know.
Well, then you must have my money. Then, if you've been busy.
Oh, do your money there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I got some money for you.
Some. Like what?
I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
$500-600?
No, no, George, I don't have that much right now.
Well, what do you got?
Gee,
Don't you know?
yeah, let me check my wallet here. Yeah, I got about $5 right here.
Man, $5. Don't even be playing games with me. I gave you.
I don't need to play any games with
Well,
you.
don't be pulling off $5. I gave you $700.
And that's how it ends. They both just start laughing, and then the scene's over. And that's how Alpha puts together an acting reel. The dramatic scene had no drama. It clearly looked improv. I was waiting for Mikey Cell stuff to show up. Jorrun's brother is a true visionary. But guys, part one, I had to show you part one. Part one, consider it like the initial phase one of the MCU when we saw individual movies before the team up with the Avengers. You'll see part two, and it's much improved, and I think it tells a more compelling story. But let's continue on with this first.
Saying that he's attracting new fans, and and then he also starts speaking his language. Some of them are going to want to use you sexually like a piece of meat, which you're fine with, but what this really sounds like to Jorrun, that means, people are going to want to be used like a piece of meat.
Oh, very nice. It's just like that Eurythmics song. Horny Latino that I am. Oh God, Klobbs gets marriage proposals in his streams. And I've seen woman want to carry his baby. What is the deal with his singular woman spelling? Does he... It's not that he doesn't know how the proper spelling and usage of woman and women, because I've heard it in the roast. I've heard him say, "I will have sex with 3 women." Why does he do that?
I don't know.
That's so weird.
I was thinking it was just a misspelling, like, your brain just kind of blips, but once you brought up that thing, maybe there's something to it.
I'm almost positive that in the mac and cheese chat log, he uses woman in the singular form when it's incorrect. So it's this weird, like, I don't know what you would call that.
It makes me think of how Babby is formed.
I was actually, it was so hard for me to steer away from reading baby as Babby. I wasn't
Carrie
sure.
Is Babby.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if anybody would have gotten that joke, though.
How is Babby formed? How is Babby formed?
He's just got so many wives. His inbox is filled with all manner of lewd photos of the women. It's really quite perverse. I would hope that these adults would show a little bit more decorum in their interactions with one another, but it's literally just an orgy out there.
My favorite part about this exchange is that Jorrun is now fully comfortable, and he's speaking in his same inflections as he would if he were in a chat log with Mac and Cheese, because he's doing his famous capitalizations and exaggerations. He doesn't need to do that constantly, and he doesn't know what words to emphasize, and everything loses emphasis when you do it repetitively like that. Like in art, the expression is, if everything is screaming, how can anything be heard? Jorrun doesn't understand that. His abuse of the English language.
Abuse of the English language.
It makes it so that nobody really understands him.
All right, your line next.
You have to get on Twitter ASAP. You can interact with a lot of fans, and it is vital for channel growth. My channel would have not have taken off without the assistance of Twitter.
I like the fans in quotations that Wes is putting there just to get Jorrun a little more into the idea.
It means groupies. It doesn't mean fans.
That's precisely what that is. Well played, Mr. Most. Apparently, there are nudes there.
And it was all accidental. Yes. Get you some breasts.
Well, you've been right about everything else, so fuck it. I will stop hating Twitter.
I hated Twitter too, but 70% of the receipts I use in my video.
Oh, Lord.
What?
I'm just thinking about how transparent everything is, and Jorrun is just fucking falling for it, hook, line, and sinker.
I
love
hated
it.
Twitter too, but 70% of the receipts I use in my video and the research collected from people on sorry. And the research collected is from people on Twitter.
Oh, damn. And those are gold to you. And I think that he means that in the sense that that is actual money to you. He was flat out telling Jorrun what's up, and it completely went over his head. He is blinded by the boobs.
He is. He's not thinking about how.
Guys, I hate to interrupt, but I realized something. The original version of Jorrun's apology was never released. It was not part of the original screenshots that I sent to AMD. And I'm just seeing that now, looking at my chat log with Jorrun. On this day, it was an hour from now in 2020 when I sent Jorrun a long message telling him basically he's a piece of shit, and I saw the drive, I saw the children, I don't want anything to do with him. And at 3:40 p.m. my time, an hour from now, he said, "Can I call you?" 2 minutes later, he called me, and then he sent a message saying, "Please call me." And then the very next message, 4 hours later, is his first draft of the apology. And a lot of it he kept in, but there are things in here like okay. Yeah, so you know this line. Sometimes in life you get a mirror held up to you and your actions, and you don't like what you see. If you're smart, you look, don't wince, don't look away, but you deal with the sight and you decide to do something about it. It'll be uncomfortable. You'll be humiliated, but you now have a chance to change and be a better person. Doesn't that make you lucky in the end? You've been given a second chance. That's awesome. I looked away at first and I cringed. I denied what I was seeing. Well, not anymore. My stuff going forward will not be sexual. No, that was already in there. But there's something else in here too. Okay, here it is. I apologize to anyone in my streams or anyone else's streams that I made feel dirty or objectified. I apologize for any comments I left on videos where I was overly sexual. The old excuse is I was thinking with my little head. Think about that. Is that ever something you want to be the case? That's something that should be fucking embarrassing. I want to be a man in control of myself, not an animal who is a slave to his urges. And yet, that's what I was many a time for years.
Somebody's gonna get receipts on him.
My lord.
My lord.
How did he survive for 48 years? Do you think he lives with his parents?
I actually suspected that, but honestly, that house is way too barren. It would have been
That's
overfilled with
true.
old people
Yeah,
shit.
that's true. That's a single man's home because there's nothing in that place.
What it makes me think of is an alternate property owned by his family.
Likely the case.
There's a lovely quote from Jorrun following this blurb.
I started my Twitter today. When do I get boobs?
This would be really funny and endearing if it weren't Jorrun, and we could take it as a joke. That doesn't mean that he's literally expecting boobs. Like, I see this as almost like a satirical a satirical comment out of context of this situation. A lot of times he defines his relationships as women who are friends as being a failed romantic interest, as if that they were mutually interested as well.
Exactly.
But that's not how a romantic interest works if you're the only one who has a crush on them.
It's as though he treats them like ex-girlfriends because they weren't interested in him. It's not that Jorrun is just not even on the fucking radar for these women. He has to make it more grandiose than what it is, and it's very similar to Lorne in that it doesn't take much for Jorrun to believe that he has complete control over another human being and what they can and cannot do,
and how he forms attachments to them.
Real quick attachments.
He will define a woman as being a previous or failed love interest, even though they've never had a fucking date.
I know you have my back, Wes. I'd rather have you be honest. It helps me than just stroke my ego, and I don't get your knowledge. If I ever feel it's too much at once, I'm a big boy, and I will let you know. Big smiley face.
He likes to use this veneer of a little eager schoolboy, but it's also kind of dismissive and
So hours into our first conversation, we had never had any not friendly banter back and forth in chats. I had his back, but he knows I had his back.
disrespectful. I know you have my back. You know, he's like stating, the positive part here, and then he's going to follow it up with a criticism. I'd rather you just be honest, and it helps me with just more than stroke my ego.
Because Wes was obviously just stroking his ego up until this point, I'm sure. He was doing nothing but telling Jorrun how wonderful and incredible he is.
Yeah, and he's saying that like, hey man, you didn't share your knowledge. You just gave me compliments, and that doesn't help me, And I want you to spread that knowledge on me like butter. Just know that you haven't arrived until you get your first hater on YouTube. I have people who anxiously await each video so that they can tell me how much they don't like it.
You just made Homie the Clown smile. As we used to say in the 90s, I have haters, but you are 100% correct. Also, the people...
I do mean that, though. You haven't become an actual YouTuber until the same person shows up to several videos to tell you how much they don't like your videos, but for some reason, they keep watching your videos.
People who tell you that you have no taste. As Jay-Z once said, you can pay money for school, but you can't buy class. He only brought up Homie the Clown because Wes is black. Flat out, there's no other reason that he would have... Why did you bring Homie the Clown specifically, a character from an early 90s black comedy show? I love how unintentionally offensive Jorrun is.
It's a challenge. It's his only talent, really.
It's the only charm he has. Actually, is how unintentionally offensive and racist and sexist and any other ism.
Donde Lita. Jorrun was busy talking about having things shoved up his ass yesterday on social media. He said it was a good experience. Kind of ironic, cause the mortician sketch. Freelance Dom De Lita, could you please be more specific? Because that's not you do not say that kind of things. Just coming in here, dropping that, and then not expanding. Please give me the director's commentary on that. I need to know more.
You know, he's pretty much covered it all, and he to this day doesn't see any big deal with it. It's just comedy. It's wonderful how tone deaf this man is.
I also really appreciate how he has to include the people who tell you that you have no taste. Now, he is...
Who said that?
Well, I appreciate how he had to include the people who tell you that you have no taste. Jorrun hasn't gotten straight up haters. He's gotten people who've given him criticisms before about his level of taste, and that seems to bother him quite a bit, that people are saying that, but he doesn't understand why they would say that.
Well, what exactly is going on in this response? Because as far as I know, has Wes been attacked for his taste in something before? Or do you think that this is Jorrun purely projecting? And perhaps Wes can clear this up for us in the comments.
He actually, he probably brought it up because he wanted to make that Jay-Z quote and couldn't figure out a clever enough segue. Never mind. I'm stupid.
Case closed.
That took me a moment to arrive at that conclusion.
Okay, moving along.
Yeah, he wanted to fit in a Jay-Z comment, but Wes was talking about haters and not people questioning his taste level or class.
You know, we didn't even get to those comments before we talked about them. Go ahead and read the Wes I always liked.
Oh, I always liked, if they hate, then let them hate and watch the money pile up.
That's a fitty quote. G-Unit.
Donde, that was from yesterday. See, here's the problem. I streamed for many weed-filled hours, and by the time I read it, but I don't remember. I thought that was from years ago. Was that from yesterday?
Hold on, I need to take a break.
You smoke too much, partner.
No. Also good. Jay-Z is a big influence. I can see a lot of Jay-Z's influence on Jorrun Comedy. Not just his comedy, but his music as well. I see it.
See, but later he would say DMX was his big influence, and that when DMX died, it was the reason why he took down Steer Music, not because he'd been outed by the community he had fucked over before, but because he killed DMX. Guys, speaking of screenshots, another thing that wasn't released was I have when I found, when I showed Jorrun that the videos that he said was deleted, was not gone and deleted. I had him send me screenshots of the videos on his channel, and I just want to read you a small sample of some of the videos that we lost. And I want to remind you that every one of the videos on this page had 100% likes versus dislikes. But we had Lefty Lucy, Righty Wrongy, a comedy sketch, Subliminal Messages, also a comedy sketch, Blonde Girl with Dreadlocks, an original comedy song, because Jorrun was probably going to talk about why white people shouldn't have dreadlocks, and then he was going to do a Richard Pryor voice. Big Hearts, Bigger Breets, that had 168 views, 28 likes. Ramona, I Love You, a song about Ramona, released on April 3rd, 2020. a year and some change before he would meet and try and date a real Ramona. Jorrun After Dark 3, Lauren's young rival. Another suitor appears and tries to win Kayla's heart. Will Lauren handle this maturely? Of course not. Here it is. Then on May 17th, 2020, a 55-second video titled The Roast Joke I Forgot. And that was the Tiffany Lockhart joke that he had cut out of the original roast. And it was 55 seconds. It had 56 views. And again, all of these videos. Now, Ramona, I Love You had a 95.2% likes to dislike. But I mean, these were, if he had dislikes, he got max 1 per video. This guy was, in fact, beloved. Let's see what else we have here. There's The Bells. There's his song She's Not Mine, which, one of the most alpha songs you're probably going to hear. And then it looks like the rest of these are okay. We got a Sex Tips with Dan 2, Shut the Fuck Up About Fucking Dan. He had a behind the scenes of just him and Baked Salmon. Baked Salmon is the guy I've worked with the most, and it's always a blast. Check out our chatter and what goes on in the creative process. Sex Tips with Dan, hashtag Lauren Armstrong. All right, guys, so the Lauren to English translation, the crucifixion, had 333 views, 44 comments, and a 98.4% like ratio. I want to know who the fuck was liking that. I really want to know who was liking that and why. Please, what is this? He did fun with multi-tracking and split screens. It was a 4-minute video where he was playing as Lorne. And that, again, another video that's lost for the ages. And then Message to Law Enforcement from Forlorn Armstrong. Forlorn Armstrong sings Guys Named Derek because, of course, Jordan had his own issues with the guy named Derek. And then Sign My Kinky Contract, uploaded January 9th. So his very first video, his very first video uploaded on January 5th, 2020 was You're So Beautiful, the song that is now on Steer Music. So he had it on his channel performing live. And then his next song a few days later was Sign My Kinky Contract. So there you go, guys. A little peek of what we lost out on then there were 2 more pages of live stream. Okay, but when we allowed Jorrun to leave, that's what we lost. And guys, speaking of gone, deleted, let's listen to this great jam as soon as I find it. Here it is.
Sorry, sip of water.
Deleted.
his horrible, horrible, horrible penis.
Sorry, sip of water.
All right, guys, I found a few more screenshots of these videos. I kind of like looking through these, so I hope you guys don't mind. But there's some good stuff here, like sex tips with dance 4 tenths up, hose down. That's the only one I remember. But then there was the behind the scenes with Kelp Pill. He had a video released on June 8th, 2020, titled simply green screen exclamation point. So he made a video, a 1 minute and 35-second video about getting his green screen. And then a Sex Armstrong style Jorrun's Theater of the Mind 3. Let me read the description. Disclaimer: no one named Armstrong had sex in this sketch. Please stop panicking. The video had a 62% like to dislike ratio. It was 15. Oh no! Well, okay. The Reverend Run sketch is at the top, but it's cut off a little bit. But it had a 51%. It had 15 thumbs up and 14 thumbs down. Which, I mean, people hated the Reverend Run sketch way more than they were offended by his sex sketch. So what does that tell you? That's really funny. So he had 50 videos, not counting the 2 pages of live streams that he was showing me to try and prove that that he didn't save, that video was gone, deleted, of Tiffany Lockhart. And I looking at these, I'm just so mad that I didn't say, you know what? I don't believe you. Send me every single one of those cataloged, please, because he had a song called Jorrun Non-Comedy is what he named himself for this one, and it was See Me. Besides comedy songs, I have original songs, and I do covers on my other channel, Stefan Sings. So for saying he didn't want to connect himself, he put the shit right in the description. Kayla's song, Lauren's Diary 14, which he wrote with Baked Salmon, and that's the only Baked Salmon Jorrun collaboration that's still up, because the cooking videos that they were watching, when he replaced me, that video appears to be gone, deleted. Here's this Patreon video that you would have got for being a Patreon. Not Really E-Studio Home Tour. That is 4 views. Sex Tips with Lorne. Professor Armstrong's Scientific Genius. Sex Tips with Dan. Bedazzled edition. I mean, like, there's just so much sex on this channel. And then there was the 100 subscriber celebration, the musical edition, his live streaming with Chef. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, because he put R in parentheses, steaming with the chef. So I don't know if they were like in a shower. If Chef comes by earlier, why did he put the R in parentheses? TCAP Recipes and Me, Lauren Armstrong should marry Chris Chan. Danny and Me, Chris Chan and autism discussed. Now, I actually sent Danny the screenshot from, I told him that shouldn't have been on his channel. It was a good stream. She was in charge of the stream. He was just kind of sitting there doing nothing, and it didn't make sense to have that on his comedy channel. But he wanted the watch time. He wanted the watch hours, and that's it, guys. Though that was what we lost. when 2 years ago today, Jorrun was confirmed, and 2 years ago today was him saying that video was gone deleted. So it was a good time to play the gone deleted anthem from Another Kind of Mind, Canadian superstar. So let's get back to this chat log.
I need to take a break.
You smoke too much partner.
No. Also good. Jay-Z is a big influence. I can see a lot of Jay-Z's influence on Jorrun Comedy. Not just his comedy, but his music as well. I see it. Oh man, that line's great. On a rare day that I feel super confident and like I'm making major moves, I feel like Jay-Z. Unfortunately, no Beyonce.
What would be a big move for Jorrun?
Well, yeah, what does Jorrun consider a big move? He
Oh shit! Was it the move from to?
Oh no!
Beyonce will find you once your channel is large enough. Oh, Wes. Liza Minnelli lies.
Oh Lord, what? Oh my God. Oh God, no. Yeah, you're still reading. I'm sorry.
Shared interest plus power equals interests. What the fuck does that mean?
It's like just some fucking life coaching gibberish.
I know I was going somewhere with that, and it was supposed to be shared interest plus something else equals something else. But again, weed. Guys, don't smoke weed unless you want to really enjoy yourself and have an enjoyable life. But yeah, I fucked this part up. I don't know, but it didn't matter because I told him Beyonce was gonna find him, so that's all he needed to hear.
Wes is typing this up as fast as he can.
It's just word salad. It's like positive reinforcement word salad.
But that's how Jorrun thinks.
That's exactly. It makes sense to Jorrun.
It'll make sense to Jorrun.
Oh yeah, that's pretty wise, Wes.
Yeah,
I like that.
And maybe there's a little bit of wordplay with shared interests and then plus power equals interests in the romantic form.
Ah.
Yeah. You'll be surprised how many women will be knocking at your day. Can you imagine what it's like for Clobber?
Clobber is just...
He's getting a dig in there. He's trying to get Jorrun a little mad there. I
Can you imagine what it's like for Clobber? I bet it's like hell for Clobber. It's just nothing but...
He has to knock these ladies away with sticks. He doesn't want to do this. He's a nice guy.
I bet he's afraid to even open his inbox because as soon as he does, all it is just the most lewd photographs that you can imagine. But Beyonce will find you.
Oh
once
my
your channel
God.
is large enough.
And then,
Man, you're pushing it, Wes. You really pushed it with that line, but he'd already been talking to you for a little under a month at this point that Wes drops the Beyonce will find you line on Jorrun, and Jorrun does not seem too fazed by that. It seems to be words of encouragement, if anything.
Jorrun has a really tasteful opening sentence here. I'm sure you won't.
Only Latino that I am.
You're on the wrong one. That was earlier in the chat log. You're so...
I'm everywhere.
Okay. All right. Beyonce will find you once your channel is large
Oh,
enough.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I just got so turned on that the blood left my brain. What? Okay. Hold on. What turned him on about what?
It seems weird, right? It seems weird that me saying Beyonce was gonna find him would give him an erection, and it's even weirder for him to tell me that. But when you see that he is looking at drawings, little drawings on paper of genies with their mouth open, and that turns him on and gets him excited. Like basically, that was like Jorrun's theater of the mind, where Beyonce comes to find Jorrun. And so he really liked that. I was helping this guy with fat material without even knowing.
What Wes just said, was it that Beyonce will find his channel, or
Maybe
what?
There's a screenshot shared of boobies again.
Or was it? Yeah, is this a this?
There were no screenshots shared. There was just that one comment. That's it. And he replies 5 minutes later with how turned on he is.
This isn't the start of. No, this is part of this whole conversation. That was 10:43. Wes's
I think
message was at 10:38. Maybe there was a picture of boobs that got posted in between those two screenshots.
Yeah.
We don't know. None of our business. It's not in what was sent to us. So,
yeah.
you know, whatever. But it's just a funny line from Jorrun here.
This isn't a thing you need to say in a conversation with another man. Like, that's disgusting. Like, oh, hey, man, I just got chopped up so bad I can't think anymore. Such a vigorous erection that it drives all the blood from your brain. He loves those kind of quotes, though. You know, like, men have two heads and only enough blood in their body to operate one at a time.
He lives by quotes like that.
But yeah, that comment is neither here nor there in this kind of conversation.